Chapter 1432. In this world, there were many who hated the demon race and wished to exterminate them. There were people like Yi Zhanemo, but there were also many who would sell their hearts to the demons as long as there were enough benefits. And Chaos City itself was such an existence. It was also an existence that was tacitly acknowledged by the two races, since it was impossible to destroy the other party in a short period of time. Then a limited cooperation could also be considered. In short, if the Heavenly Fire Commerce Chamber of Commerce really does send you an invitation, it's best not to accept it. Right now, many of the Heavenly Fire Commerce Chamber's experts are either dead or injured or have fled. It's already precarious. If you go in now, you'll undoubtedly die. The waiter said no more. For the sake of these 100 spirit crystals, he had said everything he needed to say. Since you're so good at talking, consider these 100 spirit crystals as your reward. Yi Shiwen tossed out another 100 spirit crystals in the blink of an eye. The waiter repeatedly bowed in thanks and excused himself. This Chaos City was a bit more complicated than he had imagined. But in the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about the matter of the Heavenly Fire Commerce Chamber. He had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the natives of this city. But that stone of chaos was quite interesting. That's right, he was indeed tempted. This was a clue related to the ancient demon god. Even though countless people had explored it for countless years, they had not been able to find even the slightest trace of it. But he was still unwilling, extremely unwilling. There were only 2 years left. If he did not encounter some fortuitous encounter, then it would be an impossible task to advance by leaps and bounds within these 2 years. He had to at least step into the celestial realm in 2 years to have a chance of killing a celestial realm existence. Although there were definitely some shortcuts, and he could even use up all the wealth he had on him to put up a bounty to hunt down a demon in the 4th level of the heaven realm. He did not care to do so. If he could not even reach the 4th level of the heaven realm, then how would he be able to compete with the many geniuses in the royal court struggle? It would only be a joke. So, time was the most precious thing to him. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate any longer as he thought of this. He flew straight towards the chaos stones in the center of the city. This chaos city was thousands of feet high. In other words, it was a few thousand meters high. It was an incredible existence, even if it was placed in a place like Earth where there were many high-rise buildings. It was only possible to achieve such a feat in this mythical world. Chaos City itself was born from these chaos stones. Although this place was near the center of the city, there were not many people around, because within the radius of the Stone of Chaos, there was a terrifying pressure. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it and would be sent flying on the spot. Only the top experts of the celestial realm could get close to it. Someone's coming again. Could it be another fool who wants to find the demon god's divine treasury from the chaos stones? I think so too. Aren't there idiots like this coming every day? Haha, when the time comes, I'll see his disappointed eyes like an idiot. Many people around were staring at the chaos stones. At this time, when they saw Yi Shiwen's figure, they couldn't help but show a somewhat mocking expression. Not long ago, they were also one of these people. They failed to find it. Some people spent decades or even hundreds of years for it, but there was no harvest. Now, they were directly mocking others as people who had experienced it. Yi Shiwen just got within the range of 10 miles of the chaos stones, and he felt an amazing pressure crushing down on him. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure. As the waiter said, this was not a place that ordinary people could get close to. Half-step celestial realm experts were just qualified to get close to it. Only celestial realm experts could rush to the front of the chaos stones. Yi Shiwen felt the pressure on his body, but he didn't care about it. He directly rushed to the center of the chaos stones in one fell swoop. The terrifying pressure shrouded his body, and the bones in his body creaked. That was the sound caused by the collision. It was very terrifying, but at this time, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. His bones and flesh seemed to be squashed. When people in the distance saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. This pressure is tyrannical and terrifying. Even celestial realm experts have to circulate their power to resist it. Half-step celestial realm experts have to constantly blast all kinds of martial arts to resist it. This person actually walked to the center of the Chaos Stones with just his body. How strong is his body? Hiss, is he a monster? Or is he not human at all? Even in the demon race, such as the Great Azura clan who have invincible bodies, didn't there also experts who came to try? But no one could walk to the center of the Chaos Stones. Oh my God! Is there going to be another existence who can leave his name on the Chaos Stones? At this time, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of the Chaos Stones. The terrifying pressure continued to fall. Yi Shiwen didn't even raise any defense. He could only rely on his powerful body to resist it. He looked up and saw that the top of the Stone of Chaos was densely covered with names. They were the names carved by the experts who had come here for tens of thousands of years. There were human names and demon characters. Behind each demon character represented the name of a devil race expert. Many of them were famous existences even in the entire devil race channel. Among them, there was an old acquaintance of Yi Shiwen, Yi Zhenemo. His position was very close to the front. He was almost in the top view. It could be seen that Yi Zhenemo was very capable. However, the more tyrannical Yi Zhenemo was, the more it wasn't a good thing for Yi Shiwen. Yi Zhenemo was shameless enough to bully the weak. He would personally deal with Yi Shiwen. He wouldn't give Yi Shiwen any time to grow. Once he determined that Yi Shiwen was an enemy, he would go all out to kill him. Yi Shiwen sat down cross-legged and carefully felt this coercion. There was indeed a bit of demon energy in it. It was similar to the coercion of the demon god. This Chaos Stone was indeed somewhat related to the demon god. However, the specific relationship had long been covered in the long river of history after so many years. Perhaps even the Yi clan didn't know the mystery. Otherwise, they would have taken away the Chaos Stones. The other mystical aspect of the Stone of Chaos was that no matter how powerful a person was, they would not be able to take the Stone of Chaos away. It was like a stabilizing needle that was firmly fixed in place. So far, no one had been able to decipher the mystery of this Chaos Stone. This in itself was abnormal. Thump, thump, thump. Vaguely, Yi Shiwen seemed to hear the sound of a heartbeat. However, it was only an illusion for a moment. Then he couldn't hear anything. Yi Shiwen sat in front of the Chaos Stone for 10 days and 10 nights. However, he still couldn't feel the mystery of this Chaos Stone. Finally, he could only dejectedly get up like all the other experts who had come to the Chaos Stone. However, no one dared to underestimate him at this time. He could walk to the Chaos Stone just by relying on his physical body. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Even a celestial realm expert couldn't do it. He certainly wasn't an ordinary powerhouse. His physical body alone was enough to shock the world. Such a powerhouse was enough to shake the entire Chaos City, even if he didn't engrave his name on the Chaos Stone. Indeed, in the 10 days that Yi Shiwen sat in front of the Chaos Stone, more and more people came to watch. No one had ever seen a top-notch expert who could achieve such a feat just by relying on his physical body. A master and a servant were hidden in the crowd. The master was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She had fair skin and a beautiful appearance. At this moment, there was an anxious expression on her face. Behind her was an old servant. His skin was withered, and he looked extremely old. "Uncle Lin, do you think this person will accept our invitation?" the young woman asked. The old servant behind her had a bitter smile on his face. How many people in Chaos City don't see our Skyfire Chamber of Commerce's invitation as an invitation to their deaths? That's true. The beautiful woman couldn't help but agree. Things were just as the old servant had said. The experts of Chaos City were now avoiding the Skyfire Chamber of Commerce like the plague. Those who had dared to accept their invitation had already been killed by the demon race. But no matter what, I have to invite him to our Chamber of Commerce as a sinecure. Otherwise, there isn't much time left before the fringe opens. This is the last chance to cure my father. If I don't seize this chance, I'm afraid my father will be poisoned to death." The young woman's eyes were filled with determination as she said this. The old servant sighed with emotion. It was him. They already had no other way out. There was no other way out. If they want the title of the 10 major powers, then let them take it. But this time, our Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce must obtain a spot in the fringe. No matter how difficult it is, we must hold on to this spot. The beautiful woman said through clenched teeth, "Young miss, it's all this old servant's fault. If not for this old servant's incompetence, the president wouldn't have had to fight that demon alone and be gravely injured in the end." The old servant murmured, "Uncle Lin, you've done enough for our family. This is truly fate. Father was once gravely injured when he was young. Even with our family's precious art, he still couldn't break through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Sky Man realm. Being ranked as one of the 10 major powers without any top-notch experts is a path to disaster in itself." The beautiful woman said with an open mind, "The best thing we can do now is to enter a period of dormancy. If one day I can step into the 3rd heavenly layer of the Sky Man realm, the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce will rise again. It's a pity that Father's injuries can only be healed with a treasure of heaven and earth in the fringe. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to fight that demon head-on." Chapter 1433. The old servant, Uncle Lin, looked at the young lady in front of him and sighed. This young lady was extremely talented. She had already entered the heaven realm at such a young age. Even compared to the elite experts of the neighboring Yi family's younger generation, it was a pity that the Heavenly Fire Merchant Guild was rich and powerful. How could it compare to the Yi family? Even so, he believed that it was only a matter of time before the young lady entered the 3rd level of Heaven Realm. She might even have the chance to peek into the General Lord Realm's 4th level of Heaven Realm. There was a huge threshold between the 3rd and 4th heaven of the Heaven Realm. Most of the Heaven Realm experts would be stuck at this threshold. In the Heaven Realm, every step was like reaching the heavens, and the 3 realms were like a natural chasm. Although the warriors below the 4th level of the Celestial Realm could dominate in front of the Law Manifestation Realm and Transcendent Realm, they could only be regarded as passers-by in the Celestial Realm. The warriors who reached the 4th level of the Celestial Realm were famous figures. After reaching the 7th level of the Celestial Realm, there was another huge threshold. Those who could cross it could truly become a big figure in the Celestial Realm. Such great figures were extremely rare even in the primordial era, and such figures were usually the ultimate treasures of the various great powers. They were the antiques amongst antiques, and some were terrifying existences that ordinary people might not have the chance to see in their entire lifetimes. They could already be considered as the pinnacle experts of the ancient Barrens continent, the true ruling class. The city lords of many of the Yi family satellite cities were all experts at the 4th layer of the Heaven Realm or above. If the young miss could break through to the 4th layer of the Heaven Realm, then it wouldn't be impossible for her to lead Discord City, let alone a mere top 10. Unfortunately, all of this required time. Currently, the Heavenly Fire Merchant Guild was at its weakest. They should be hiding, but due to their president's injuries, they had no choice but to confront that arrogant demon head-on. Unfortunately, all of this required time. What they lacked the most now was time. This might be their last chance. The opening of the Land of Chaos was getting closer and closer. They couldn't afford to look for more powerful experts. "Uncle Lin, we don't have many chances left. I have a premonition that if we miss him, we won't have another chance," the beautiful woman said firmly. On the other side, Yi Shiwen naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. He walked out of the range of the Stone of Chaos with an expressionless face. He sat there for 10 days, but didn't find any useful information. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Sure enough, he was not someone with heaven-defying luck. He could even trip over treasures while walking. If he wanted to break through in a short period of time, it seemed like he had to find another way. Thinking of this, he did not stay for long and immediately returned to the inn where he was staying. At this time, Chaos City suddenly became lively because of Yi Shiwen's existence, and it was boiling over. The matter of Yi Shiwen breaking into the Stone of Chaos suddenly made all the powerhouses in the Stone of Chaos raise their eyebrows. It wasn't that this matter was sensational. In fact, it wouldn't be a big deal even if Yi Shiwen carved his name on the Stone of Chaos under normal circumstances. After all, how many people had carved their names on the Stone of Chaos over the years? In fact, it wasn't clear how many people had carved their names. But what really surprised everyone was that Yi Shiwen had simply rushed to the front of the Stone of Chaos by relying on his tyrannical body. This was undoubtedly a real shock to them. Many Celestial Realm experts couldn't do this. For a time, all kinds of rumors about Yi Shiwen were prevalent. Some said that he had a certain kind of mutated physique of the human race, the supreme treasure physique. What Titan body, what invincible Vajra body, what body of rock, all sorts of powerful physical bodies were guessed. There were also rumors that he was not a human at all, but a demon. Moreover, he belonged to a clan of extremely tyrannical body in the demon race, such as the Great Azura clan, the Great Demon clan, and so on. In this Chaos City, the human race and the demon race lived together, so it was not strange for any kind of person to appear. And more people thought that they were just guessing blindly. This kind of genius, whether it was the human race or the demon race, was a supreme genius. How could they not have heard of such a person coming to the demon realm passage? Whether it was the demon race or the human race, he would be the most dazzling existence. How could no one know about him? Under such circumstances, what was originally a trivial matter suddenly became a big deal in the city, and everyone knew about it. And in a restaurant, 3 tyrannical figures were sitting on the seats. Their auras were incomparably restrained, and at the same time they were incomparably terrifying. If Yi Shiwen was present, he would probably be able to see that these 3 people were almost not inferior to old Demon Fish and the others whom he had seen before. They were at the peak of the 6th level of Celestial Realm. These 3 people all looked somewhat similar, and their ferocious auras soared into the sky. It was very terrifying, and among these 3 people, the oldest one said, "Second brother, third brother, do you think that this is the little bastard that the master sent a message saying that we must kill?" "It is possible," the third brother of the 3 said. "Whether it is or not, we should catch him first. It is better to kill 1,000 than to let one go. According to the master, this little bastard is extraordinarily talented and also has the support of the law enforcement hall. In the future, his achievements will be limitless. In the future, when he grows up, he will certainly become a great enemy of our demon suppression city. Don't be reckless. Don't forget, what is the real purpose of our coming here? Now that the imperial court struggle is about to begin, we have come under the master's order to hunt that thing for Yi Kuang. As long as we obtain that thing, Yi Kuang will be able to step into the 6th level of Celestial Realm. At that time, no one will be able to shake his position as the hegemon of the central heavens. Even the 4 hegemons of the north, south, east, and west will not be his opponent." The second brother of the 3 said, "Not only that, even in the imperial court struggle, he will be able to stand out, and there is hope for him to enter the top 10. The third brother said, "Junior brother Yi Kuang is the most talented among us, and is also the most likely to inherit Master's legacy in the future. That's why we have to support junior brother Yi Kuang at all costs. If junior brother Yi Kuang can become the patriarch, then we will naturally rise with the clan's focus on nurturing. At that time, we will be able to improve even further, and even reach the 7th level of the Heaven Realm." The 3 of them were very clear that in the Celestial Realm, every step was like reaching the heavens. The 3 levels were like a chasm. although they had successfully crossed the threshold of the 4th level of celestial realm. If they didn't have a fortuitous encounter, they would probably be stuck at the 6th level of celestial realm for the rest of their lives. Although they called Yi Kuang Jr. brother, they were actually older than Yi Kuang by a few thousand years. Basically, their potential had been exhausted. Without a fortuitous encounter, it would be hard for them to improve even an inch in their lives. Therefore, their only way was to support Yi Kuang's ascension. That way, through the clan's resources, they would still have the chance to step into the 7th level of celestial realm, breaking through this awkward realm in one go, and become a huge figure in the Yi clan, or even the entire ancient Barrens continent. This was the treatment that the top prodigies of the large clans and forces enjoyed. Countless people were fighting for their rise, and they didn't hesitate to be a stepping stone. Some people were born to be geniuses. As for others, they existed to serve as a foil to them. Therefore, all the more we cannot act rashly. Everything we do might alarm the natives in Chaos City. If something goes wrong, who will be responsible for it? The eldest brother finally opened his mouth and said firmly, "This matter is not urgent. As long as that little bastard is still in this demon realm channel, we'll be able to find him sooner or later. Have you forgotten the goals that the clan head has set for him? Not to mention the others, just the 4th level of celestial realm demon alone. With his current cultivation, he can forget about it even if we give him another 200 years. We are all experienced people, so we should be very clear about the difference between the 4th level of celestial realm and the 3rd level of celestial realm. We have all been through it, so we should be very clear about it. We have time to slowly find him. With the power of our demon-suppressing city, it is only a matter of time before we find him." Speaking of this, the faces of the 3 of them flashed with a fierce light. At the same time, Yi Shiwen returned to the inn where he was staying. He had also heard all kinds of rumors about him in the city. He originally did not want to be in the limelight. He was very clear that the demon-suppressing city's power was extremely huge. If he were to act rashly, even in Chaos City they might have spies. Therefore, he did not go to carve his name. Firstly, he wanted to keep a low profile. Secondly, even if he did carve it, it was impossible to carve his real name. That would be meaningless. Who knew? He had forgotten that he had rushed into the stone of chaos with his physical body, which was already eye-catching enough. In this way, he had instantly caused a sensation in Chaos City. After thinking about this, he could not help but feel a little depressed. Did he have to start fleeing again? He had already made preparations. As long as he was discovered, he would immediately escape without any hesitation, because the masters sent by the demon-suppressing city were becoming more and more tyrannical. Once he was discovered, it was impossible to defeat them, so he could only escape. Fortunately, he had demon wings. Otherwise, he would really not be able to escape, just like a turtle in a jar. And at this time, the voice of the inn's waiter came from outside. "Dear customer, there are 2 guests outside who said they want to visit you." "I don't know." "Guests?" Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. At this time, where would the guests come from? He did not know anyone in this Chaos City, so where would the guests come from? But since they said they were here to visit, they were certainly not from the demon-suppressing city. Thinking of this, he could not help but say, "Then let them in." Soon, 2 figures came in, a man and a woman. One was a young and beautiful woman in her 20s, and the other was an abnormally thin old servant. What really caught Yi Shiwen's attention was that both of them were actually in the celestial realm. Chapter 1434. Chaos City couldn't be considered a very powerful city. The strongest experts there were only at the 3rd level of celestial realm. There wasn't even a single 4th level celestial realm expert. The proportion of celestial realm experts in the population was also very small. It was a bit unexpected to run into a few celestial realm experts in this period of time. He could see that this beautiful woman had just stepped into the celestial realm not long ago. Her breath wasn't stable enough. As for the old servant, although he had stepped into the celestial realm for a long time, He could tell at a glance that he was very weak. This was a sign of serious injury. This injury was only forcibly suppressed by his tyrannical cultivation. You too are? Yi Shiwen asked curiously. I am the daughter of the president of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, Li Hongxiu. The beautiful woman said with a bow. Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that this name was very familiar. But very quickly he realized that the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce was the one the waiter had warned him to be careful of. It seemed to be that Chamber of Commerce that had gotten into big trouble. It was said that the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce's invitation was equivalent to a direct train ticket to hell. But now there were actually people delivering goods to his doorstep. They had to die. The beautiful woman, Li Hongxiu, saw Yi Shiwen's expression. Sure enough, as long as one entered Chaos City, there would be no one who hadn't heard of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. There were a few idiots who didn't know and were tricked into becoming worshippers. Now, their corpses had been cold for a long time. Who would dare to believe their nonsense now? But he still decided to sign up first. No matter what, if there was no sincerity at all, when Yi Shiwen found out the truth, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good expression. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, I already know why Miss Li is here, but I really have no interest in getting involved in your affairs. Please save our Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, sir. Li Hongxiu immediately knelt down without any hesitation. The old servant behind her also knelt down. Yi Shiwen was indifferent. His heart was already like a boulder. From the beginning, he wanted to keep a low profile. Only by keeping a low profile could he gain more time for cultivation. Only then would he have the opportunity to truly grow and finally leave this place. To him, this was a cage where he could lose his life at any time. Miss Li, it's not that I don't want to make a move, but I also know that your Chaos City's 10 major powers all have experts of the third heaven of Heaven Realm holding the fort. Although I have some methods, I'm absolutely not a match for an expert of the third heaven of Heaven Realm. Yi Shiwen said. He still had self-awareness. Being able to escape unscathed from a third sky of Heaven Realm Master was already his limit. Could he still hope to defeat a third sky of Heaven Realm Master? If that's the case, don't worry, mister. Although the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce is stronger than us, their president is only a blood kindred at the second level of the Heaven Realm. Li Hongxiu hurriedly said, Even so, I can't risk my life for you. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, Even if the other party was just a vampire of the second heavenly layer of Heaven Realm, he would not risk his life for them for no reason. Although the blood kindred was relatively low-key among the 8 demon royal clans, they were definitely not a clan to be trifled with. Moreover, they lived by sucking blood and were cruel and terrifying. They were not a good opponent. Mister, please save our Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce this once. As long as you are willing to help, we are willing to offer an amethyst glazed fruit. Li Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said their biggest trump card. Amethyst glazed fruit. Although Yi Shiwen had never seen it before, it did not mean that he did not know. He was no longer the ignorant person he had been before. The purple crystal glazed fruit was rumored to be a natural treasure that only grew in some extreme environments. Once someone swallowed it, even a heaven tier expert would be able to instantly step into the peak of their current tier, and there was even a certain chance that they could directly break through to the next tier. If it was some other kind of exotic heavenly treasure, then Yi Shiwen wouldn't even bother to look at it. However, it was this kind of heavenly treasure. In fact, this was the kind of heavenly treasure that Yi Shiwen needed the most at present. The reason was very simple. It was because he needed time, and time was what Yi Shiwen needed the most right now. And this kind of treasure that could quickly improve his cultivation could save a lot of time for Yi Shiwen, just like the desolate blood, holy fruit that he still had left. These were the most precious treasures because, in this world, true strength was the most important of all. Therefore, the treasures that could improve one's cultivation were the most precious things. Yi Shiwen was a little hesitant and a little shaken. At this time, Li Hongxiu continued to say, I know that Mr. seems to be looking for the way to break the stone of chaos. Why, you know. Yi Shiwen raised his eyebrows and did not quite believe it. I don't know, but I know that this stone of chaos should have a certain relationship with the stone of chaos. Li Hongxiu said, The land of chaos, what is that place? As Li Hongxiu expected, Yi Shiwen was a little interested. He sat in front of the stone of chaos for 10 days and 10 nights, but he did not get anything. This made him a little depressed. At this time, when he heard that there was a new clue, he could not help but be a little curious. It's in a special space inside the stone of chaos. Rumor has it that the stone of chaos is actually a celestial device of the demon god. It's just that no one has been able to take it away. The land of chaos is a space inside the stone of chaos. If you want to explore the mystery of the stone of chaos, I think that the land of chaos might be your chance. Li Hongxiu said while gritting her teeth. Yi Shiwen understood this. Some powerful instruments seem to have their own independent space, just like Tianyuan Mirror, which had its own space that could grow at any time. Why? Does this have anything to do with you? Yi Shiwen asked in a somewhat strange manner. Yes, in fact, there are a total of 10 keys to the land of chaos, and each of our 10 major forces holds one key. Other people can only enter the land of chaos through the keys held by the 10 major forces. So, as long as Mr. is willing to help us, you will be able to freely enter and exit the land of chaos. You will certainly be able to reap some harvest at that time. Even if you can't find the method to control the stone of chaos, there are still many good things in the land of chaos that can give Mr. a lot of benefits. Li Hongxiu tried to induce Yi Shiwen. She did not purely sell a favor or gain sympathy. She directly used benefits to induce Yi Shiwen. She didn't say anything else. She only said that it was a matter of benefits. Helping them in this matter was equivalent to helping Yi Shiwen. It was a matter of mutual benefit. Yi Shiwen's contribution wasn't one-sided. Yi Shiwen had to admit that this matter was indeed very attractive, especially the purple crystal glazed fruit. It was a good thing that could save him many years of bitter cultivation. However, he was somewhat hesitant to expose himself in front of others for this. At this time, a loud noise came from outside the door. I say, dear demon guests, it's not good to barge in like this. The waiter's voice came from outside, followed by a rude voice. Get lost. We have never needed anyone's permission to enter. Then there was a burst of chaotic footsteps, and the door of Yi Shiwen's room was directly kicked open on the spot. Several great demons walked in and looked around like tigers. Then they saw Li Hongxiu kneeling on the ground. Their faces immediately revealed a somewhat sinister expression. It's you again, you whore. Why do you want to invite someone to be your offering? What's the matter? Do you have anything that your heavenly fire chamber of commerce can give to others? Don't tell me you plan to devote yourself to them. Ha ha ha. The great demon, who was the leader of the group, immediately laughed, wildly. He didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes at all. Perhaps he didn't think anything of Yi Shiwen at all. The great demons behind him also laughed one after another. You. Li Hongxiu was furious on the spot. But at this time, she seemed to have thought of something and didn't attack. She just clenched her teeth and glared at the great demon. Let me tell you, you stinking whore and you old bastard. Hurry up and declare that you are withdrawing from the ranks of the top 10 forces. Hand over the key to the fringe and you won't have to suffer like this. Otherwise, we will torture you until you beg for death. The great demon leader sneered and continued to hurl malicious words at Yi Shiwen. He simply didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes. Then he looked at Yi Shiwen and said coldly, And you, human, I think you still don't understand the situation. In the whole of Chaos City, how many people dare to offend our demon flame chamber of commerce? Now that the heavenly fire chamber of commerce is on the decline, I advise you to open your dog eyes wide. Don't become a ghost under my blade. Let me tell you during this period of time, I have seen many righteous people. Now, all of them have become ghosts under my blade. What? Do you want to do the same?" Yi Shiwen's expression became colder and colder. He said coldly, "What if I insist on meddling in this matter?" "So what?" Hearing Yi Shiwen's words, Li Hongxiu and the old servant, Uncle Lin, were suddenly surprised and happy. Originally, no matter what they said, Yi Shiwen remained unmoved. But now, because of these devils' coercion, Yi Shiwen was obviously annoyed and wanted to meddle in this matter. "If you want to meddle in this matter, then let's see if you have the life to walk out of Chaos City." The demon leader said with a sneer, "I don't believe that I can't meddle in this matter today." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. "Go back and tell that vampire president of yours that I will meddle in this matter. Tell him to scram as far away as possible, or else he will die." Chapter 1435. What did you say? The great demon commander looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that things had turned out this way. He thought that he would just have to threaten Yi Shiwen and he would leave out of fear. After all, he wasn't the first person to join the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. He must have heard about the fate of the previous few. But in the end, things had turned out this way. Outsider, you better think carefully. This is Chaos City. I don't care where you came from. But if you provoke me, I will make you die miserably. The great demon commander threatened coldly. Get out of here before I have the intention to kill you. Yi Shiwen said coldly, You're courting death. The great demon commander moved in an instant. He opened his terrifying demon claws and instantly pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly broke through the space. His first move was to kill Yi Shiwen without a burial place. And just when that demon claw was about to grab Yi Shiwen's body, Yi Shiwen moved fiercely. The entire time seemed to have come to a standstill. That terrifying devil's claw stopped 3 inches away from Yi Shiwen. One could only see Yi Shiwen's hand stretching out and directly slapping towards the face of that great devil commander. Swish! In just a moment, time seemed to move again. But when everyone came back to their senses, they heard a loud rumble. A huge hole was blasted in the wall of the entire restaurant. And Yi Shiwen and the great demon commander who were originally in their positions also disappeared. Everyone quickly swept over with their divine senses, only to see that the great demon commander was directly pressed into the ground by Yi Shiwen's slap. The entire ground was completely cracked. His head was pressed into the ground, but his body was still outside. During the whole process, he actually didn't have the slightest bit of resistance, or in other words, he had no way to resist at all. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react. In particular, Li Hongxiu and that old servant, Uncle Lin, were a little dumbfounded. They were both top celestial realm experts, but they seemed to only see Yi Shiwen's move just now. More specifically, they didn't see anything else. To them, this was something unimaginable. With every breakthrough in cultivation realm, a martial artist body would undergo a huge improvement. At the level of the heaven tier, even if one was not a speed-type martial artist, his speed would not be much slower. That was especially true after reaching the sky human stage, where one would be able to fuse with the heavenly Tao of the void. Even if they could not see it, they would still be able to sense its fluctuations. But now, they were actually unable to sense it at all. One could only imagine just how fast it was. It was unimaginable. However, the two of them were ecstatic despite their shock. Yi Shiwen had such strength. At the very least, he had the capital to contend against the president of the Blood Clan. This showed that they had not found the wrong person. If he was just an ordinary celestial realm expert, only death would have been waiting for him. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Yi Shiwen's figure was revealed. A long blade had appeared in his hand, and he directly threw the great devil commander into Tianyuan Mirror. He then killed the great devil commander and beheaded him. Another goal was achieved. He was one step closer to leaving this place. No, It should be said that he was one step closer to the struggle for the imperial court. On the street, many tyrannical divine senses swept over. How could such a sudden commotion not attract the attention of people at all? Yi Shiwen slowly flew back to the top of the inn. Those experts of devil race looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. You! They didn't expect that their commander would be so easily killed by Yi Shiwen. One must know that there weren't many Celestial Realm experts, even in Chaos City. Even the top 10 forces only had a few, and the strongest among them were only a dozen. Compared to the millions of people in Chaos City, there weren't many Celestial Realm experts. Moreover, the experts and elites of the human race and devil race were gathered here. In almost an instant, their commander was killed without even being able to resist. Go back and tell that president of the Blood Clan that he can either get lost or die, Yi Shiwen said coldly. He was originally hesitant, unsure whether he should help the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce or not. But this great devil commander had thoroughly enraged him. Since he had decided to help the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce, there was nothing else to say. He would do his best. You will regret this. These demons were completely scared out of their wits by Yi Shiwen. If he could easily kill their commander, wouldn't killing them be as easy as lifting a finger? He could only leave behind this ruthless sentence and scramble away. Sir, thank you for saving us. Li Hongxiu bowed twice. Although Celestial Realm experts had their own pride and self-esteem and were not ordinary beings, Yi Shiwen's action was equivalent to saving their heavenly fire chamber of commerce. No matter how grateful he was, it would not be too much. No need to thank me. We are just mutually benefiting each other, Yi Shiwen said with a wave of his hand. May I ask for your name, sir? At this time, Li Hongxiu remembered that he had to ask for Yi Shiwen's name not because the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce was not powerful enough, but because Yi Shiwen had never mentioned his name, so no one knew. My surname is Wen. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment, but decided not to reveal his real name. If it was revealed, he would have no other choice but to escape again. So it's Mr. Wen. Now that the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce has their eyes on this place, and it's already damaged, please come to our Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce. As for the compensation, our people will naturally take care of it. Li Hongxiu also put forward a request for Yi Shiwen to go to the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment and did not refuse. He would have to go there sooner or later anyway. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and immediately followed Li Hongxiu to the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce. The news of Yi Shiwen killing a demon commander of the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce quickly spread throughout Chaos City. Moreover, it quickly spread because Yi Shiwen was originally a celebrity. Previously, he had relied on his physical body to easily step into the range of the Stone of Chaos. This had already made him an influential figure in the entire Chaos City, because even Celestial Realm experts could not do this. While many people were still trying to figure out his identity and background, he once again caused such a commotion, attracting everyone's attention. As for the grievances between the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce and the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce, as long as one stayed in Chaos City even a little longer, there was almost no one who did not know. Originally, the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce had always been one of the top 10 forces in Chaos City, and there were many experts among them. The president was even an expert of the third celestial realm, one of the top experts in Chaos City. But this generation's president unexpectedly only had a cultivation of the second celestial realm. Therefore, ever since this generation's president took over the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce, the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce had been in a precarious situation. One had to know that in Chaos City, the only rule in Iron Law was that whoever had the bigger fist was king. This kind of naked law of the jungle caused Chaos City to always be in a relatively chaotic situation. Although a second Celestial Realm expert could be said to be one of the top experts apart from a select few, he was still not a transcendent third Celestial Realm expert, after all. There were many forces that had the strength to contend with him. In this world, in the end, only the strength of the strong could decide everything. In the absence of a top expert, the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce's decline could be said to be unavoidable. Moreover, several other merchant forces had joined forces to launch an offensive against the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce. Aside from the fact that they were one of the top 10 forces and had the power of the pandemonium in their hands, almost no one really cared about them anymore. Thus, the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce soared into the world and began to snipe at the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce's various businesses. Their worshippers were also eliminated one by one, to the point that the president had no choice but to personally take action. However, the result was that the president of the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce was easily defeated and heavily injured. Although they were both at the peak of the second celestial realm, the president of the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce was clearly stronger. Without the president's protection, the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce was in an even more precarious situation. At this time, Li Hongxiu also went everywhere to invite experts to oversee the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce. In the beginning, they relied on their many years of reputation to invite some experts, but to no avail. In the end, they were all killed one by one. Soon, the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce was like a stray dog. Everyone avoided them, and their invitations were also rumored to be the express ticket to hell. Under these circumstances, Yi Shiwen actually dared to accept the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce's invitation. How could this not raise eyebrows? Most importantly, Yi Shiwen had killed one of the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce's worshippers in front of everyone's eyes. A celestial realm expert had died at Yi Shiwen's hands. This was enough to hurt the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce to the bone. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce. During this period of time, the Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce had been arrogant and despotic, trying to force the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce into a dead end. Now that they were publicly slapped in the face, how would the vampire president react? Moreover, this Mr. Wen obviously wasn't someone with a good temper. The clash between these two groups would probably be the hottest thing in Chaos City in the near future. Chapter 1436. For a moment, the entire Discord City's attention was focused on the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce and the Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce. The Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, which was thought to be on the decline, had now recruited such a powerful expert to assist them. Everything had become complicated and confusing. Everyone was looking at the Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce to see how they would respond. Yi Shiwen was sitting on the railing of an attic, his back leaning against a vermilion pillar. He didn't know what material the pillar was made of, but when he neared it, he could start circulating the Zhan Yuan within his body. After arriving at the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, Yi Shiwen was arranged to rest in the best attic, waiting for the opening of the land of Bedlam. That day was not too far away. However, there was one person that couldn't be bypassed in order to go to the land of Bedlam, and that was the president of the Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce. In fact, the president of the Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce was also coveting the key to the land of Bedlam. Otherwise, the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have been forced to give up their position as one of the top 10 powers. The title of the top 10 powers was just a title that not many people really cared about. However, the key to the land of Bedlam was something that everyone wanted. Without the key, it meant being controlled by someone else, and one couldn't even freely enter or leave the land of Bedlam. This was intolerable for any major power. In the past, when the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce was still at its peak, it had a third heavenly layer celestial realm expert overseeing it. No one dared to touch it, but now its president was merely a second heavenly layer celestial realm expert. Therefore, many second-class powers had come knocking on its door, and the Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce was only one of the most powerful. After all, the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce had been a tyrant in Discord City for many years, occupying a vast area. Especially in this environment where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it had developed a solid foundation. This was also the reason why it hadn't collapsed after being suppressed for so long. Boom! An extremely terrifying explosion came from not far away, setting off a frightening wave of air that rolled up countless clouds of dust. The sky and earth changed color, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the sky above the heavenly fire chamber of commerce. Endless demonic energy began to spread, mixed with a thick smell of blood. Yi Shiwen's collar was fluttering in the wind. He squinted his eyes, and with his keen eyesight he almost instantly saw a slender figure walking in from the entrance of the heavenly fire chamber of commerce. He was as elegant as a nobleman, and in his hand was a guard of the heavenly fire chamber of commerce. A half-step celestial realm guard was caught in his hand like a little chick. Sun Bai's sharp teeth sank into his neck, and in a short while the guard was sucked clean. What he sucked was not blood, but the essence of the whole body. The guard had been sucked dry, and the corpse was thrown to the side. Wiping the blood from the side of his mouth, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That smile was as if he was looking at a dead man. The surrounding people of the heavenly fire chamber of commerce did not dare to approach, and only dared to watch from afar. Even further away were some customers who came to the heavenly fire chamber of commerce to buy things. However, due to the heavenly fire chamber of commerce's recent decline, very few people chose to come here to buy things. But at this time, many people could not help but shudder at the sight of this blood clan. Even among the demons, there were many who were rather fearful of the elusive blood clan who called themselves the nobles of the night, especially when they saw them sucking people clean. That was more terrifying than anything else. And this blood clan did not care, but the smile on his face grew more and more sinister. He slowly walked in, as if he was patrolling his own territory. "Ancestor Shui, what are you doing here?" At this time, Li Hongxiu's rebuke was heard. TSK, don't you know? You're asking even though you already know the answer. Originally, I did not bother with you for the sake of your father, who knew that you would want a foot after being given an inch. Then don't blame me for starting a massacre today. It just so happens that I haven't drunk the fresh blood of a virgin in the celestial realm. It will definitely make me feel good. Ha ha ha. The blood clan laughed even more insolently. If you take another step, then don't blame us for being impolite. Li Hongxiu shouted, I'd like to see how impolite you can be. What about the person who killed my subordinates? TSK, his blood must be good, very delicious. I'll definitely develop him into my puppet and then fight for me. At this time, the blood clan master swept his divine sense over. Today, I will bathe this place in blood and turn it into a blood pool. Soon, this expert of the blood race, Shui Zhu, instantly locked his divine sense on Yi Shiwen. However, he was discovered in an instant. Have you discovered me? Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Yi Shiwen sneered, stretched out a finger, and pointed towards the sky. Suddenly, an incomparably huge long sword suddenly fell from the sky. Crash! The incomparably terrifying huge sword fell down with a loud sound. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the huge sword directly pierced into the ground. The entire ground was completely cracked, and it stopped an inch away from Shweta Ancestor. Amidst the flying dust, a figure landed on the handle of the huge sword and slowly stood up. Bang! Yi Shiwen put one hand on the handle of the huge sword and suddenly lifted it up with a clang and said, Let's fight outside! Shwa! His figure instantly turned into a streamer and flew out of Chaos City, breaking through the sky. At this time, countless divine senses swept over, and all the famous experts in the city looked over. Everyone was very clear that this was a confrontation between the old and the new forces, and the outcome of this battle would largely determine the outcome of the battle between the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce and the Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce. Stay here for me. At this time, Shweta Ancestor suddenly shouted and waved his devil claw. A terrifying sound wave swept out and crashed towards Yi Shiwen, and almost hit him in an instant. Yi Xuan slightly sneered, and the huge sword in his hand suddenly chopped down. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the sound wave was directly cut by Yi Xuan. It couldn't stop his advance. Shua! At this time, Shweta Ancestor's figure instantly turned into a bloody shadow and chased after Yi Xuan. Fast, simply fast to the extreme. If Yi Xuan could be considered fast, then Shweta Ancestor's speed had reached the extreme and seemed to be even faster than Yi Xuan's. Almost at the same time, the two of them had already left Chaos City. Everyone's eyesight could no longer see them. But fortunately, their divine senses were still closely following, or else they would have lost track of the two. I want you to become my puppet and fight for me. Shweta Ancestor let out a huge roar, and the sharp claws in his hand suddenly grew and instantly fell towards Yi Xuan. The speed was incomparably fast, and the wind from the claws was like a rainbow and instantly fell down. Just in time, Yi Xuan laughed out loud. He had already stepped into the half-step Celestial Realm middle stage, and although he had also killed an expert at the second level of Celestial Realm, there was obviously a huge gap between the deputy leader and Shweta Ancestor. One had just stepped into the second level, and the other was already at the peak of the second level. The huge sword condensed by Yi Xuan's hand directly chopped down and attacked Shweta Ancestor's bloody claws. Although this huge sword was incomparably huge, Yi Xuan's speed was extremely fast, and it almost hit the bloody claws in an instant. Boom! A terrifying collision occurred, and the bloody claws blocked Yi Xuan's huge sword, and Yi Xuan couldn't advance even an inch. Immediately after, a terrifying bloody energy suddenly jumped out of Shweta Ancestor's bloody claws and directly wrapped around the huge sword in Yi Xuan's hand and suddenly contracted. Crack, crack, crack! The huge sword in Yi Xuan's hand actually started to crack inch by inch. Humph, is this all you've got? Shweta Ancestor sneered and said, If this is all you've got, then you will definitely become my war puppet today. He let out a loud roar and brandished his claws. Countless blood-colored energy transformed into thousands of layers and directly bombarded towards Yi Xuan. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the second level of Celestial Realm, and it was no wonder that even the president of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce was completely defeated by Shweta Ancestor. Shameless boasting, Yi Xuan shouted in all directions, and his expression was incomparably cold. He suddenly stepped on the ground, and countless golden tides appeared. His hand once again condensed into a flaming long saber and directly chopped down. Every slash would collide with a blood-colored mountain. In an instant, there were 1,000 slashes and 10,000 slashes. The sky was densely packed with flaming saber shadows, directly blocking Shweta Progenitor's attack. You're right. You have some tricks up your sleeves, and these flames are even weirder. Unfortunately, in front of my formidable strength, these are nothing. Shweta Ancestor's bloody claws suddenly tore open, and boundless bloody energy tore out and shrouded Yi Xuan, intending to tear him apart on the spot. Boom! These bloody energy blasted 3 inches away from Yi Xuan and were blocked by the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron. This bloody energy couldn't tear the 8 Treasures Universe Cauldron apart. And at this time, Yi Xuan directly attacked. He suddenly took a step, and the entire void shattered in an instant. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder flickering in his body, and then his figure instantly disappeared. He completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Not good. Shweta Ancestor secretly cursed, and countless bloody energy immediately boiled in his body, forming a huge protective cover. And the moment the protective cover was formed, Yi Xuan's figure once again appeared behind him, and the flaming long saber instantly appeared in his hand and fiercely smashed down. Crack, crack! Chapter 1437. Crack, crack! The blood-colored energy on his body started to disintegrate inch by inch. Xue Dezu's face finally revealed an expression of shock and anger. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to force him to such an extent. Blood God Domain. At this time, a blood-colored domain instantly appeared beside him. A domain appeared with his body as the center, and he stood in the middle of the battlefield, just like a blood-colored god. His puppets were all around him, endless. They were the warriors whose essence had been sucked dry by him in the past. Some were from the human race, and some were from the devil race. At this time, they lined up like an army. Countless Blood Clan puppets started to pounce towards Yi Shiwen. These people all had blood-red eyes. Their faces were incomparably ferocious, and their fangs were sharp. It seemed as if they wanted to bite Yi Shiwen to death. Yi Shiwen felt that he had completely fallen into a blood-colored energy frenzy. It made it impossible for his speed to be as fast as before. So strong. He's only at the second level of the Heaven Realm, but he's already so strong. That deputy leader from before is completely different. Yi Shiwen was secretly shocked. At this moment, the fiery long saber in his hand could no longer cut into Xue Dezu's body. The blood-colored energy on Xue Dezu's body seemed to have been greatly strengthened by the blood god domain. He only snorted coldly, and Yi Shiwen was shaken away. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. At this moment, Xue Dezu sneered. There was a faint trace of greed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could be considered as tyrannical to want to turn him into a puppet. If he could capture him and turn him into a puppet, his blood god domain would become even more powerful. Xue Dezu sneered. Whoosh! 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 The fiery long saber in Yi Shiwen's hand continued to wave, and the army of corpses that pounced towards him exploded. Although these corpses were no match for him, there were too many of them, and they were almost densely packed together. In just a moment, they had already pounced in front of him. A few of them even opened their huge fangs and directly bit towards Yi Shiwen. The powerful aura on his body had a fatal attraction to them. Clang! 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 These dried corpses directly bit his body, but they couldn't even bite through his skin. Yi Shiwen sneered. He had painstakingly cultivated his tyrant body to this level. If he couldn't even resist this level, then wouldn't he have cultivated in vain? Every time one of the dried corpses bit down, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Boom! The power of wind and thunder instantly swept out from Yi Shiwen's body. The power of the ninth heaven Xianlei was the most restrained of these evil things. The Xue ancestor seemed to have realized that these dried corpses couldn't pose any fatal threat to Yi Shiwen. So he decided to take action himself. Reckless fool. Although I don't know how your blood energy could be so strong, you clearly haven't stepped into the sky human realm. You haven't stepped into the sky human realm, yet you want to fight me? You really don't know the meaning of death. He casually grabbed an infinite amount of blood-colored energy and blasted it towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen continuously slashed with the flaming long saber in his hand, but every time they collided, there would be a sound of metal clashing. However, Yi Shiwen's flaming long saber couldn't cut through the blood-colored protective energy in Xue ancestor's body, even with the help of the mystical flame. This energy was very strange. Otherwise, it would be impossible to resist Yi Shiwen's mystical flame. After all, it was very rare to cultivate a tyrant body to this level. However, Yi Shiwen didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Although he couldn't cut through the blood-colored energy, he didn't show any signs of losing. This was already shocking enough. Many experts saw this scene, and they could also see that Yi Shiwen hadn't stepped into the sky human realm. This was because it was very obvious and it couldn't be disguised. However, even so, Yi Shiwen was still able to fight against Xue ancestor, who was at the second level of the sky human realm, without falling into a disadvantageous position. Just thinking about it made people feel abnormally terrified. In an instant, over 1,000 moves had been exchanged. The more Shui ancestor fought, the more shocked he became. He originally thought that with his cultivation, unless his opponent was at the 3rd level of the sky human realm, there was no way he could be his opponent. Not to mention this half-step celestial realm kid. However, Yi Shiwen seemed to have overturned his thoughts about half-step celestial realm. A half-step celestial realm could actually be so fierce. No one knew if he still had any trump cards that he hadn't used yet. This was simply too terrifying. The power of wind and thunder wrapped around Yi Shiwen's body, causing his speed to rise to a whole new level. His previous speed was already very fast, but the blood ancestor was still able to suppress him by a notch. But now he had completely caught up to the blood ancestor's speed. Even within Shui ancestor's blood god domain, Yi Shiwen's speed was still astonishing. Ordinary people couldn't lock onto his figure at all. Only those celestial realm experts could lock onto his figure with their divine senses. However, ordinary celestial realm experts could only barely see Yi Shiwen's figure, and they couldn't see it clearly. So fast. Is this really something that a half-step celestial realm can do? Li Hongxiu looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. Although she had invited Yi Shiwen back, she did notice that Yi Shiwen wasn't even in the celestial realm. That was because the great demon commander couldn't even force Yi Shiwen to use his full strength, let alone force him to use his true realm. But now, Shui ancestor had done it and forced Yi Shiwen to use his true cultivation. This was even more shocking. If a half-step celestial realm expert could do this, then wouldn't they, the celestial realm experts, die of shame? This is obviously not an ordinary person. I'm afraid he is also a top heaven's pride, cultivated by a big family. The old servant, Uncle Lin, could only barely lock onto Yi Shiwen with his divine senses. We are really lucky to be able to invite such a person. Yes, it must be the blessing of our ancestors. Otherwise, how could we have invited him? At this time, even Li Hongxiu nodded slightly, and the experts of various forces who were paying attention to this matter were even more shocked. It was not surprising that Shui ancestor could do this because he was a blood race expert who was known for his speed. Moreover, his cultivation had already entered the 2nd heaven of the celestial realm. However, Yi Shiwen was only in the half-step celestial realm middle stage. Yi Shiwen's speed was getting faster and faster. The power of wind and thunder entangled his body more and more tightly. The fiery long blade in his hand was constantly chopping down, and it was simply pulling out after images in the sky. In the eyes of many people, Yi Shiwen was simply densely packed in all directions, and the sky was filled with him. Every Yi Shiwen was chopping down at Yi Shiwen, and every time Yi Shiwen disappeared, another would appear in his place. Shui ancestor roared again and again. However, no matter how hard he tried to defend, Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. Yi Shiwen's attacks continued to land on his body. The blood-colored energy on his body was also clearly diminishing. Yi Shiwen waited quietly. He was very patient, and he kept chopping down. He did not believe that the blood-colored energy could be maintained like this forever. Sure enough, after thousands of experiments, the blood-colored energy had clearly weakened a lot. Bastard! Shui ancestor kept roaring. He had already guessed Yi Shiwen's intention, but there was no way he could do it. Although his speed was very fast, Yi Shiwen's speed was faintly surpassing his. Moreover, this was in his blood god domain. If it was not in the domain, he could not imagine what kind of terrifying scene this would be. I don't believe that I can't catch you. At this time, he no longer passively let go. The blood-colored energy on his body turned into densely packed lines in the void and instantly penetrated into the void. Although Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast and it was impossible to see through him, he still had a physical body. So he would definitely come into contact with these densely packed blood-colored lines as long as he moved. Sure enough, this method was very useful. He had grasped Yi Shiwen's trajectory in an instant. Blood terror! Shui Ancestor smiled sinisterly and suddenly clawed down, shattering the vast sky. This claw of his condensed the cultivation of his entire body. He wanted to launch a final attack on Yi Shiwen and thoroughly kill him. Even the sky could be shattered by his claw. Mountains, rivers, sun, and moon couldn't resist his claw attack. Clang! The 8 treasures universe cauldron appeared in Yi Shiwen's body almost instantly. It automatically protected his body and protected him within it. The 8 treasures universe cauldron shook violently, but it still wasn't broken by Shui Ancestor's claw. Yi Shiwen once again attacked Shui Ancestor while holding the 8 treasures universe cauldron. Moreover, it was a tit-for-tat confrontation. Shui Ancestor was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never fought such a battle before. He had never encountered such an opponent. He had encountered experts who were more powerful than Yi Shiwen. However, none of them were as difficult to deal with as Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was simply too difficult to break. The 8 treasures universe cauldron was like a huge tortoise's shell to him. He couldn't break it, and he was extremely depressed. However, he couldn't do anything about it because Yi Shiwen was like a maggot in his tarsal bone. Yi Shiwen wasn't giving him any breathing space. Ha ha ha. Shui Ancestor, is this your strength? You're only SO. It seems that you can only dream if you want me to be your puppet. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. The flaming saber in his hand started to burn crazily and burn the entire void. Chapter 1438. Then, why don't you give it a try? Shui Ancestor roared as he pounced towards Yi Shiwen. His claw cracked, and the 8 treasure universe cauldron that was protecting Yi Shiwen's body began to crack. Yi Shiwen's counterattack arrived in the blink of an eye, and another saber slashed down. Shui Ancestor immediately dodged. He didn't dare to take Yi Shiwen's attack head-on. The reason was simple. The blood-colored energy on his body was just as Yi Shiwen had imagined. It couldn't possibly be endless. Both of them were extremely fast. No one could catch their movements. However, Yi Shiwen was able to keep up with Shui Dezu's speed. He hadn't unfurled his storm wings yet. However, this speed was enough for him to keep up with. Boom! Yi Shiwen slashed out with his saber, but this time it didn't land on Shui Ancestor's body. Instead, it directly blasted on Shui Ancestor's blood god domain. Boom! The entire domain was blasted into 2 halves on the spot. Shui Ancestor's blood-colored energy clearly wasn't enough to completely protect him and the blood god domain. Therefore, he could only protect himself now. Therefore, he couldn't protect his domain at all. Yi Shiwen's saber slashed open the domain on the spot, and countless dried corpses screamed as they were blasted to death on the spot. Shui Ancestor couldn't help but scream as his domain was broken, and he retreated again and again. However, Yi Shiwen's attacks were like a storm, and they were incomparably fast. Moreover, the heaven-grade long saber in his hand was constantly blasting out. His entire body had been completely buried in the flames, and he looked like a man on fire. He held the heaven-grade long saber in his hand, and countless laws were entwined on it. He slashed down fiercely, and countless saber lights converged into boundless waves under the saber's edge. They bombarded the blood god domain and instantly annihilated the blood-colored kingdom. Impossible! You're just a half-step celestial realm expert. How can you be so strong? Who are you? How can you be so strong? Shui Ancestor roared in horror. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "A dead man doesn't need to know anything." The fiery long blade in his hand was constantly bombarding his domain. However, Shui Ancestor could only watch on helplessly. Once he split his blood-colored energy, it wouldn't be enough to protect his body. However, if he wanted to protect his body, he wouldn't be able to protect his domain. Right now, he was in a dilemma. Shui Ancestor was in a dilemma. However, Once the domain collapsed, his overall strength would undoubtedly fall to a whole new level. This was something he absolutely did not wish to see. This was a dilemma. Boom! Finally, under Yi Shiwen's continuous bombardment, the blood god's domain that had enveloped the entire void finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang. They were completely routed. At this time, Yi Shiwen took advantage of the situation and instantly rushed to Shweta Ancestor's side. At this time, without the obstruction of the blood god's domain, Yi Shiwen was simply unimpeded. In an instant, he had already pounced in front of Shweta Ancestor. Without the obstruction of the blood god's domain, Yi Shiwen's speed increased by another level. He was even stronger than before. Even Shweta Ancestor, who had always been known for his speed, had no way to completely see Yi Shiwen's movements. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen had already blasted in front of him in an instant, and the fiery long blade in his hand had completely slashed down. Crack, crack! Shweta Ancestor, who had completely resisted Yi Shiwen's blade, had exhausted all of his blood-colored energy in an instant. His entire body was blasted away. The blood-colored energy in his body wasn't endless. On the contrary, the blood-colored energy in his body originally belonged to those whose blood essence he had sucked dry. That bit of true spirit had fused with the blood essence to form this blood-colored energy. It was precisely this blood-colored energy that he had relied on to exhaust the president of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, whose cultivation was almost the same as his to death. Who would have thought that he would encounter a freak like Yi Shiwen? From the start, there was simply no problem with exhaustion. Yi Shiwen had forcefully broken through his defense. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer maintain this appearance. His fangs had completely grown out, and his skin was abnormally dry. He no longer had the demeanor of a nobleman of the night. He was simply a monster with a human form. With just one slash, he had been severely injured by Yi Shiwen. His eyes were filled with horror, just like those whose blood he had sucked dry in the past. It was a fear of death that no one could avoid. Originally, he had thought that he had seen through life and death. But in this moment, he was still incomparably terrified. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack arrived in the blink of an eye. The fiery long blade in his hand once again slashed down. Boom! Shweta Ancestor was blasted away once again. He no longer had the strength to resist. His body was also becoming weaker and weaker. His tough body was directly smashed into pieces, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Whoosh! A flash of blade light came down, and he was cleaved into two on the spot. Without the protection of the bloody power, he wouldn't be able to resist for long in front of Yi Shiwen. His speed might be comparable to Yi Shiwen's, but his strength was far worse than Yi Shiwen's. This was the fatal gap between them. It's over. Everyone was a little dumbfounded as they looked at the scene. Shweta Ancestor, who was famous in Chaos City for countless years, was actually beheaded. His body was taken into Tianyuan Mirror by Yi Shiwen. Out of the 10 masters of the second sky of Celestial Realm, 2 had been completed. According to the speed, perhaps one day he could complete this task. But 2 years, he only had 2 years. Time waits for no man. Yi Shiwen withdrew his power and returned to the Sky Fire Chamber of Commerce's lodging in Chaos City. Immediately, he felt those prying eyes retract from the lake. Before, they were unscrupulous because they didn't take Yi Shiwen seriously. But now that Yi Shiwen had displayed such a strong side, they naturally didn't dare to continue to spy on him. "Thank you, sir, for avenging my father." Li Hongxiu immediately knelt down. Not only Li Hongxiu, but other members of Skyfire Shanghai also knelt down one after another. "Thank you, sir, for avenging the president." The cheers were earth-shattering. Skyfire Chamber of Commerce had been oppressed by Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce for a long time. Now they finally had the time to hold their heads high. With the death of Shweta Ancestor, the collapse of Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce was only a matter of time. Compared to the human race, the demon race was even more cruel and bloodthirsty. Moreover, they did not have the concept of loyalty. They were all arrogant and unruly. Without a strong master to suppress them, they would have long since scattered. If it was Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce that had been oppressed for so long like Skyfire Chamber of Commerce had been, it would have long since collapsed. The news of Yi Shiwen killing the Shui, the ancestor, quickly spread throughout Chaos City and immediately caused a huge sensation. In particular, the fact that Yi Shiwen had forcefully resisted the Shui ancestor's blood-colored energy and killed him on the spot attracted the attention of countless people. Skyfire Chamber of Commerce also turned over a new leaf because of this victory. With such a master overseeing things, apart from the other 9 major forces, who would dare to casually touch Skyfire Chamber of Commerce's people. On the other side, Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce was in a state of anxiety, afraid that Yi Shiwen would come to kill them. And just as many people expected, without Shueda Ancestor, Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce fell apart almost overnight. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. After their assets were divided, they were swept away by several Celestial Realm elders. They didn't dare to stay in Chaos City. Who knew when Yi Shiwen, this killer, would think of this matter and come to settle the score with them? Yi Shiwen had become a famous expert in Chaos City almost overnight by stepping on his ancestors' blood. Many people were also curious about what kind of conditions Skyfire Chamber of Commerce had used to invite such an expert to join them. There were all kinds of speculations, but soon everyone's attention was diverted. The land of Bedlam was about to open, and Skyfire Chamber of Commerce and Demon Flame Chamber of Commerce were fighting so hard for this opening. Following the opening of the land of Bedlam, everyone in Chaos City began to connect with each other. Although only the 10 major forces had the keys to the land of Bedlam, others could still follow them. Among the 10 major forces, only Skyfire Chamber of Commerce was relatively deserted. Previously, no one was optimistic about them. Everyone thought that Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce would replace them. So these people either went to the other 9 major forces or followed Devil Flame Chamber of Commerce. So at this time, after Skyfire Chamber of Commerce unexpectedly obtained victory, it was suddenly deserted. Time was too short, and there was no time to connect. The land of Bedlam had already opened. Inside the building, Yi Shiwen was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth. Outside the courtyard, footsteps were heard. Li Hongxiu and Uncle Lin strode in. "Mr. Wen, this is the amethyst glazed fruit we agreed on." Li Hongxiu handed over a brocade box, which contained the amethyst glazed fruit they had agreed to give to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen took a look at the amethyst glazed fruit in the brocade box. This brocade box was also specially made to prevent the Lingqi from leaking out. Yi Shiwen immediately put it away. "I'm very sorry my father is lying in bed at the moment, so he couldn't personally come, and thank you." Li Hongxiu bowed and said, "It's nothing." Yi Shiwen nodded. He was helping Skyfire Chamber of Commerce because it was an exchange of benefits, so he didn't care about these things at all. "Can we go now?" Yi Shiwen said, "As long as Mr. Wen is ready, we can go at any time." Li Hongxiu said, "Then let's go." Chapter 1439. The sky was dark and boundless. Demonic aura and spiritual aura converged to form a grayish-black color, looking rather dim. This was the scene in the land of chaos. Endless demonic aura and spiritual aura collided, forming a strange scene. The endless demonic aura and spiritual aura distorted the vision in the air, making it difficult for people to see even a little further. In the sky, a dozen figures swept over and flew directly into the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in a green robe and looked to be in his 20s. He had a somewhat delicate appearance, but there was also a bit of domineering air about him. Behind him was a beautiful woman, and beside her was a scrawny old man. And behind these 3 people, there was a group of more than a dozen experts half a step into the celestial realm. This was Yi Shiwen and the people from the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. Apart from him, Li Hongxiu and Uncle Lin, there was also a group of elites from the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. It could even be said that the majority of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce's half-step Celestial Realm experts were gathered here. 2/3 of the remaining Celestial Realm experts were still in the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, and naturally the bedridden president of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. Although the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce had made a name for itself and extinguished the demonic Flame Chamber of Commerce, they knew very well that it was all Yi Shiwen's doing. But Yi Shiwen could not stay with the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce for the rest of his life. The Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce was basically the simplest combination of interests. This kind of combination was also the easiest to break. Therefore, to truly revitalize the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, they had to rely on their own people. Whoosh! There was a sudden violent airflow in the sky, followed by a violent cry of birds. In the sky, a huge dark cloud swept towards them at high speed. At a glance, it was about 200 to 300 meters in size. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of everyone. At this time, everyone could clearly see that it was actually a huge, ferocious bird. It seemed to cover the sky, and when it opened its mouth, a huge beam of chaotic light swept out. None of them were to be trifled with, and they immediately retreated on the spot. Boom! Wherever the beam of chaotic light passed, the entire mountain range was flattened and blasted into pieces. Its power was unimaginable. Beast, don't you dare! At that moment, the old servant Uncle Lin made his move, forming a giant hand that slapped down on the huge, ferocious bird. From the sky, bang! The bird was struck on the spot and staggered down from the clouds. At this moment, the bird seemed to have finally realized that this group of people was not to be trifled with. It was only at this moment that he wanted to escape. As the overlord of this region, heaven-tier vicious beasts could do whatever they wanted wherever they went. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a group of fiendish fiends? Seeing that Yi Shiwen was eager to give it a try, Uncle Lin stepped forward and said, "Mr. Wen, there is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let this old slave handle this beast." After saying that, Uncle Lin took a step forward. His aura instantly changed, and a sharp aura swept out. He no longer looked humble. This was his true self. After being healed by Yi Shiwen's Phoenix regeneration technique, Uncle Lin's strength recovered very quickly. Soon, he was restored to the peak of first sky of Heaven tier. Right now, he was only second to the bedridden president of Skyfire Chamber of Commerce. This ferocious bird wanted to escape, but how could Uncle Lin let it escape? He directly blasted out a terrifying fist pressure, and the ferocious bird was blasted away on the spot. Then Uncle Lin chased after it and punched it to death. The huge corpse was also collected into Uncle Lin's spatial ring. The corpse of this kind of heaven-tier vicious bird was definitely worth a lot. This was just an interlude on their way. In this chaos, there were also many ferocious beasts. Some of these ferocious beasts were in groups, while some were alone. Ferocious beasts at the Heaven tier like these often appeared and lived alone. After killing this ferocious bird, the group did not stop and continued to move forward. Until now, Miss Lee still doesn't want to tell us where we are going. Yi Shiwen said unhurriedly, "It's not that we want to hide it from Mr. Wen. It's just that there are too many people here. We were afraid that the news would leak out, so we didn't tell you. For my father, that thing is too important. Now that we have entered the Bedlam, we can naturally tell Mr. Wen." Li Hongxiu said, "My father was seriously injured by Shweta ancestor. He was also seriously injured by the unique blood poison of the vampire race." Li Hongxiu said, "So, you came here to find something that can cure the president's injury. May I ask what it is?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I won't hide it from Mr. Wen. It's a phoenix skeleton." Li Hongxiu said, "What?" Yi Shiwen said in surprise. He couldn't help but be surprised. If the skeleton of a phoenix was real, then it could be said to be priceless. It was simply a priceless treasure. Just like the dragon race, the phoenix race was also a legendary race. It was different from the dragon race, which was a subspecies of dragon race. Although there were many subspecies of the phoenix race, the number of subspecies of the phoenix race was far from that of the dragon race. Even those subspecies were innately tyrannical creatures. They could even reach the pinnacle of the celestial realm if they cultivated to a certain extent. So, usually, pure-blooded phoenix and pure-blooded dragon race were relatively rare. Especially after the phoenix race and the dragon race had withdrawn from the dominance of the ancient Barrens continent, they were basically very rare. Even the corpses or bones of the subspecies of their respective races were priceless in the outside world, let alone the bones of a pure-blooded phoenix. If people knew about it, perhaps it would really cause a commotion in Chaos City or even the entire demon realm to participate in the opening of the Bedlam this time. Is it pure-blooded? Yi Shiwen asked. This was the most important thing. It should be pure-blooded. There's no doubt about it. Even if it's not pure-blooded, even if it's just a subspecies, it will still be greatly beneficial to my father's injury, said Li Hongxiu. Yi Shiwen finally understood what she was thinking. The phoenix race was famous for being difficult to die. Even if it turned into ashes, it could still be reborn and be reborn. Even among mortals, there was a saying that tiger bones were used to make wine to treat injuries, let alone the skeleton of a phoenix. Yi Shiwen, who practiced the phoenix regeneration technique, understood this even better. If the skeleton of a phoenix could be refined into an elixir, ordinary injuries wouldn't be a problem at all, even if it was the skeleton of a phoenix that had been dead for a long time. I see, said Yi Shiwen. This was discovered by the seniors of our Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, who entered the Bedlam last time. Because my father was severely injured, I thought of obtaining the skeleton of a phoenix to refine into an elixir to treat my father's injury, said Li Hongxiu. Since you have already discovered it, why didn't you take it away last time? Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. For the outside world, the skeleton of a phoenix was definitely a priceless treasure. If they had discovered it earlier, why didn't they take it away earlier? It's because of the location of this phoenix's skeleton. This phoenix's skeleton is located in a valley. There's a very fierce bird living in this valley. Although each of them only has the strength of the law manifestation realm, they are in groups. There are easily millions or even millions of them. Although our seniors who entered the Bedlam last time found this phoenix's skeleton, they happened to return to their nest at that time. So there was no way to take the phoenix's skeleton away, said Li Hongxiu. Yi Shiwen was enlightened. So that was how it was. Although the strength of the law phase realm was nothing to him now, if there were millions or even millions of them attacking together, he would have no other choice but to flee. This number was really terrifying. If they really met, then they could only escape. So this time we have to calculate the time when they leave and return to their nest, right? Said Yi Shiwen. And yes, we can only leave before they come if we accurately calculate the time when they leave and return to their nest. Otherwise, we will only have a dead end. Li Hongxiu nodded. Then let's hurry up. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, the phoenix's skeleton was definitely priceless. No wonder Li Hongxiu didn't dare to say it before. Once he changed his mind, they couldn't do anything. In fact, even if they came here, they couldn't do anything if he also changed his mind. This was the helplessness of being weaker than others. They could only place their hopes on others. The group quickly rushed to the mountain pass that Li Hongxiu mentioned. It took them a whole day to finally fly to the mountain pass that Li Hongxiu mentioned. In fact, no one among them had been here before. They could only find it by relying on the map left by the predecessor. However, when everyone arrived at the mountain pass, they discovered that it was exactly the time when those vicious birds left their nests to hunt for food. These vicious birds would often move in groups of millions or even millions. Therefore, every time they moved, they would need a huge amount of food. Therefore, it would take a long time for them to hunt for food. Generally, as long as the time was calculated, there shouldn't be any problems. Originally, Everyone was going to wait until these ferocious birds returned to their nests, and then leave their nests, and then they would consider going in, so as to avoid being caught off guard. However, Yi Shiwen soon discovered that something was wrong. Some of the nearby ferocious beasts had been beheaded, not by those ferocious birds, but by people. In other words, it meant that someone came before them, and they were going to get there first. After getting this conclusion, Li Hongxiu suddenly became nervous. Chapter 1440. Thinking of this, Li Hongxiu immediately became nervous. For others, the phoenix bone was priceless, but for the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce, it was a life-saving medicine. Thinking of this, Li Hongxiu immediately became anxious and said, "Judging from the traces, I'm afraid it hasn't been long. Someone might have gotten here before us. I'm afraid we can't wait that long. We must go to the valley as soon as possible." At this time, Li Hongxiu saluted Yi Shiwen and said in a serious manner, "Mr. Wen, thank you for your help at the most critical time of our Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. You also escorted us all the way here. We don't need to trouble Mr. Wen anymore. Mr. Wen can go on his own." Yi Shiwen immediately understood what she meant. No one knew when the vicious birds in the valley flew out of their nest. It was because they couldn't judge, so it was the most dangerous. If they suddenly returned halfway, then it would be death for Li Hongxiu and the others. Therefore, they didn't bring Yi Shiwen along. Not to mention, if they entered the valley, they might encounter the masters who entered first. Then, they might have the fiercest battle. If Yi Shiwen was really their master, they naturally had to go. However, others might not know the relationship between them, but they did. At this time, they naturally didn't dare to ask Yi Shiwen to go with them. "Forget it. Since I've accepted your amethyst glazed fruit, I will naturally take responsibility until the end." Yi Shiwen said, "Thank you, Mr. Wen." Li Hongxiu was immediately overjoyed. She naturally knew how important Yi Shiwen's combat power was for their success. If that's the case, then let's go quickly. Yi Shiwen was already prepared for a battle. The amethyst, glazed fruit, was priceless. Since he had already accepted it, he naturally had to do it until the end. "Mr. Wen, we may not encounter them because there are many winding paths in this valley. The phoenix bone is in one of them, so we may not encounter them." Li Hongxiu said, "If that's the case, then let's go." The interior of the valley was a massive space. Furthermore, it was sealed by some unknown power, making it impossible to fly beyond a height of 1,000 zhang. It was as if there was a massive barrier sealing this place. That was why it was said that the return of those ferocious birds was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. It was simply impossible to escape. At first glance, the interior of the entire valley was like a paradise. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw some heavenly treasures growing on the cliffs. All of them were relatively precious medicinal herbs. Since they grew in this valley, neither humans nor ominous beasts dared to patronize them. Anyone would have been buried in the bellies of those ominous birds if they were to face millions of ominous birds. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw that the interior of the valley was like a paradise. However, there were quite a number of fierce beasts that sneaked in while these fierce birds were away. Along the way, everyone saw many corpses of these fierce beasts. All of them had been killed. They could see such corpses along the way. All of them were recently killed. Yi Shiwen frowned. Judging from the way they killed these ominous beasts, the strength of this group of people was no small matter. Among them, there were many ominous beasts of celestial realm level. However, all of them were killed in one move without exception. They flew all the way into the valley. Soon, everyone had flown into a large grassland. The most amazing thing was that the grass growing on this grassland was actually phoenix bloodgrass. Just like dragon bloodgrass, phoenix bloodgrass was also a rare treasure because it could only grow with the blood of a phoenix. Although the quality of the phoenix bloodgrass in front of them was not very good, and it wasn't watered with pure phoenix blood, but even so, it was still a rare treasure. Just the phoenix bloodgrass in this grassland added up to tens of billions of spirit crystals. Hiss! I didn't expect that there would be so many phoenix blood grass here. Li Hongxiu said, Phoenix blood grass doesn't have a specific growing environment. The only requirement is that it must be watered with phoenix blood. Such a large grassland. How much phoenix blood would it take to irrigate it? Everyone also had a puzzled look on their faces. Everyone was very clear about the nature of phoenix bloodgrass. Could it be that a phoenix had been injured here and had grown it? Thinking of that phoenix skeleton, everyone felt that there was such a possibility. However, it was quickly overturned because phoenix bloodgrass wasn't so pure. If it was watered with the blood of a real phoenix, then it wouldn't be as simple as tens of billions of spirit crystals. Such a huge scale would at least be worth trillions of spirit crystals. The people of the phoenix race might not care about phoenix blood, but for the people who weren't from the phoenix race, it was a holy healing medicine. Yi Shiwen understood this the best because he had cultivated the phoenix regeneration technique. It was said that even in the phoenix race, it was a supreme, secret technique. His body had been faintly transformed into a physique similar to that of the phoenix. In addition, he had swallowed so many heavenly treasures. Now, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Yi Shiwen was a medicine with a heaven-defying effect. Then, the only possibility is that the descendants of the phoenix stayed here and watered these phoenix blood grass. Yi Shiwen said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that these ominous birds are actually the descendants of the phoenix? And this is their habitat. Who else could have watered such a huge amount of phoenix bloodgrass and didn't care about it? Yi Shiwen's statement immediately got everyone's approval. However, because of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. These ominous birds were already terrifying enough. If they were the descendants of the phoenix, then perhaps they would be really unparalleled and unstoppable. However, since things had already come to this point, everyone didn't think much about it. They immediately accepted these phoenix bloodgrass. Li Hongxiu and the others didn't want them either. They directly gave all of them to Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen had risked his life to come here for them. This friendship was priceless. Yi Shiwen didn't decline and directly accepted all of them. For Yi Shiwen, who had the phoenix regeneration technique, he didn't care about the phoenix bloodgrass. However, selling the phoenix bloodgrass would give him a fortune of tens of billions of spirit crystals. This was what he needed the most at present. He wanted his cultivation to skyrocket in a short period of time. All kinds of spirit crystals were indispensable. For others, these tens of billions of spirit crystals were enough. However, for him, it was still far from enough, especially when he wanted to step into the celestial being realm. He still didn't have any confidence in dealing with the heavens' retribution of the celestial being realm. He could single-handedly block the heavens' retribution of the ordinary celestial being realm. However, he didn't have any confidence in dealing with the heavens' retribution of the celestial being realm. After collecting these phoenix bloodgrasses, Yi Shiwen and the others did not stop and continued to move forward. Soon after, they arrived at a boundless lake. These lakes were glittering with golden rays of light. These lake waters were also treasures. If these lake waters were to be placed outside, then perhaps they could be sold for a high price. However, at this time, everyone didn't have the mood to continue to stay. They directly flew over the lake. Crash! There was a loud sound of water splashing. They saw a huge figure sweeping across the sky. It directly pounced towards Yi Shiwen and the others. Yi Shiwen's reaction was the fastest. He directly shot his palm towards the head of this huge figure. Bang! The creature was blasted away. Boom! This creature directly fell into the lake water. It set off endless water splashes. Everyone could clearly see that this creature was actually a crocodile whose whole body was glittering with golden light. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Yi Shiwen discovered that there were many such figures hidden in the nearby golden water surface. They didn't pay attention to it earlier. They were dazzled by the glittering golden light. However, now that they had been sneak attacked, they suddenly looked carefully. There were actually many such golden, crocodile-like ominous beasts hidden under the lake's surface. They were densely packed together. They suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Adamantine water. This lake water turns out to be adamantine water. I don't know why the adamantine has turned into lake water. Yi Shiwen, who was splashed by the lake water, immediately discovered the problem with the lake water. The golden lake water turned out to be a liquid made of adamantine. Generally, adamantine existed in a solid state. However, now it actually existed in a liquid form. This in itself was incredible. Most importantly, this lake itself was priceless. Adamantine was an indispensable raw material for refining various martial instruments. Now, it had actually formed a boundless lake. One could imagine that it was absolutely priceless, because adamantine itself was a metal that had been refined to the extreme form. It couldn't be any purer. It was already unclear how many spirit crystals this lake of adamantine water could be sold for. However, this idea couldn't be taken. The golden crocodiles in the lake were a terrifying existence. At a glance, it was unknown whether there were hundreds or thousands of them. Most importantly, their physical bodies were terrifyingly strong. Yi Shiwen's palm just now only made this crocodile feel a little uncomfortable. It then lurked back into the water. It should be known that with the strength of his palm, even if he didn't use his full strength, it would be easy to easily kill a half-step celestial realm. Even if these crocodiles weren't in the celestial realm, their physical bodies alone were already terrifying enough. No wonder they could survive under the noses of those ominous birds. This was also an extremely large group. Most likely, their daily source of food was those ominous birds. Everyone be careful, Yi Shiwen reminded. As soon as his voice fell, huge figures leaped out of the water, opened their bloody mouths one after another, and bit towards Yi Shiwen and the others. With that terrifying bite force, perhaps even gold and iron would be bitten off on the spot. Yi Shiwen and the others hurriedly used all their skills to avoid these ominous beasts that pounced over. Chapter 1441. These golden crocodiles were hiding in the water like fish in the water. There was no fluctuation at all, and they would suddenly jump up. It was terrifying. However, the high altitude of this valley was blocked, and they could not fly high. They could only fly at a low altitude. These crocodiles could jump thousands of feet, and each of them was very terrifying. Bang! 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 The crocodiles were blown away by Yi Shiwen on the spot. However, because there were too many of them, Yi Shiwen had no time to attack with all his strength. He could only blow them away. Even so, there were too many of these behemoths. When going over, one had to be fully focused and careful. A warrior half a step into the celestial realm had been swallowed by a golden crocodile in a moment of carelessness, and there was no time to rescue him. Although the scope of this golden lake was very wide, they finally reached the end. It took everyone a full 4 hours to finally escape from the golden lake. Most of them were the warriors of half-step celestial realm. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen, Li Hongxiu, and the old servant Uncle Lin could still pass through relatively easily. However, even so, several warriors of half-step celestial realm were injured. After a short rest, when their injuries were almost healed, they began to rush toward the valley again. After crossing the golden lake, as Li Hongxiu said, there were many forks. At a glance, there were more than a dozen forks, and each of them had many forks. It was so densely packed that it was impossible to count them clearly. Even if it was a warrior, he could not distinguish them at all. Fortunately, Li Hongxiu had the notes left by the senior, so she quickly determined which way to go. After entering the forks, there was basically no danger. They encountered a lot of natural treasures along the way, but they were all taken away by Yi Shiwen and others. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen and the others felt an incomparably powerful coercion in front of them, and it shrouded the entire region. The Phoenix regeneration technique in Yi Shiwen's body faintly responded. It was the pressure of the phoenix. Yes, it's here. A smile appeared on Li Hongxiu's small face. According to the senior's letter, it is here. There is a powerful pressure that belongs to the phoenix. The old servant, Uncle Lin, also had an emotional smile on his face. As expected of the phoenix, even though it's been dead for so many years, it still exudes a boundless pressure that suppresses all directions. I really can't imagine how terrifying it would have been when it was alive. Many martial artists nodded in agreement. After entering the phoenix skeleton's oppressive aura, everyone's pace became much slower. Every step forward required a great deal of strength. They were completely suppressed by the oppressive aura. And this was only the oppressive aura of the phoenix skeleton. If it were a living phoenix, it would be very difficult for them to even approach it. This phoenix was probably an incomparably terrifying existence before it died. Be it the phoenixes or the dragons, they were all a race that was blessed by the heavens. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying when they were born, and there were even noble races that were born with the strength of the heaven tier. Thus, even if they did not cultivate much, their cultivation could still reach an extremely high level. However, if he were to cultivate seriously, he would definitely become one of the top experts in the world. No, it's too slow. Let me do it. Yi Shiwen immediately took a step forward, and his body exuded endless golden divinities, which directly offset the oppressive aura emitted by the phoenix skeleton. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of oppressive aura was really too terrifying. Just approaching it was already incomparably terrifying. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat strange gaze. Could it be that he really had a special bloodline like the legend said? Otherwise, how could he ignore the oppressive aura of the phoenix? However, they saw that Yi Shiwen didn't intend to explain anything. So, they didn't ask any more questions. They immediately followed Yi Shiwen and continued to move forward. Soon, everyone finally saw the skeleton of the phoenix, which had stopped them from moving forward. They couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. This phoenix skeleton was hundreds of meters long. It was very huge, and its whole body was exuding a kind of fiery red flame as if it was going to burn through the entire sky. That's great. Dad can be saved. Li Hongxiu's face could not help but reveal a somewhat surprised smile. With the phoenix skeleton as medicine, any illness could be cured. Ha 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 ha! I didn't expect that we would be so lucky to actually find a phoenix skeleton. At this time, everyone heard a burst of savage laughter coming from behind. Everyone was suddenly shocked. They turned around and saw a tall, great demon. At this time, he was flapping the huge, fleshy wings behind him, and his eyes were full of greed as he looked at the phoenix skeleton. When Li Hongxiu saw this great demon, her face suddenly turned pale. It turns out to be the owner of the demonic saber club. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. At this time, Li Hongxiu forced herself to calm down and said, TSK, it turns out to be you, Li Hongxiu. I heard that you are very good at making trouble during this time. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to actually find a phoenix skeleton here. Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. When the time comes, I will integrate the phoenix skeleton into my body and practice the immortal phoenix demon body. My cultivation will also be able to break through to the 4th level of the heaven realm. At that time, it will be a piece of cake to rule Chaos City. The owner of the demonic saber club laughed loudly, and his eyes were full of greed. Owner, we only want one of the phoenix bones. You can take the rest. We absolutely have no objection. How about it? Said Li Hongxiu. Although the phoenix skeleton was priceless, it was not as important as her life. Moreover, only one phoenix bone was needed to treat her father. So, she almost made up her mind to give up fighting for it without much effort. No. The owner of the demonic saber club immediately turned hostile and said, All the phoenix bones are mine. I can't give any to you. Do you think you can still leave? This phoenix skeleton is priceless. How can I let you go and spread the news? This phoenix skeleton was not just priceless. If the news spread, even a master like Yi Zhenemo would be involved in the fight. The owner of the demonic saber club naturally wouldn't let Li Hongxiu and the others have the opportunity to spread the news. Owner of the demonic saber club, we can swear to God that we will never tell anyone about today's matter. We can make an oath, said Li Hongxiu quickly. These people had already practiced to the unity of heaven and man. They could sense the existence of God. Naturally, they wouldn't speak carelessly. If they made an oath, then they must abide by it. Otherwise, they might suffer the wrath of God. Yi Shiwen had made a vow before. If Yi Mo hadn't changed his appearance, then he would have been the god's envoy. Yi Shiwen was afraid that he would have been an honest god at this time. Li Hongxiu was also unusually sullen at this time. However, there was no other way. As the saying goes, how could one not lower his head when under someone else's roof? At this time, Yi Shiwen finally reacted. What kind of person was this owner of the demonic saber club? In Chaos City, there were 10 major forces besides the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce. It was said that the demonic saber club was established a long time ago. It was passed down from generation to generation. Every generation's owner of the demonic saber club was a top master. Every generation, there were masters of the third heavens of the celestial realm. Sometimes there would even be masters of the fourth heavens of the celestial realm. At this time, Yi Shiwen's heart couldn't help but tighten. If it was this owner of the demonic saber club, then things would be troublesome. The owner of the demonic saber club had an exceedingly high cultivation. He was at the third heavens of the celestial realm. Even Yi Shiwen wouldn't be a match for him for the time being. Make an oath? Do you think I will believe it? And do I need to? As long as I kill all of you, then nothing will spread. I will enjoy the phoenix skeleton alone. No one can stop me. The owner of the demonic saber club sneered indifferently. It seemed as if he was laughing at Li Hongxiu's naivety and overconfidence. Li Hongxiu also knew that this request wouldn't be easy to agree to. If he could kill them to silence them, then why bother to let them go? These devils were cruel by nature. They didn't believe in oaths. They only believed in dead people. Owner of the demonic saber club, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Our Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce and your demonic saber club won't be able to coexist harmoniously as long as one of us escapes. The old servant Uncle Lin stepped forward and said, "Ha! Then let's see if you can escape from my hands." The owner of the demonic saber club sneered and said, "Moreover, even if you can escape, the 10 major forces don't have a top master to oversee them. An ordinary man's wealth will arouse the envy of others. This is a road to disaster. I didn't care about you before, but now you dare to threaten me? You're courting death." At this time, the old servant Uncle Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward and said, "Young lady, take the phoenix skeleton and escape immediately. This old servant will help you stall the owner of the demonic saber club." At this time, the old servant Uncle Lin was like a brave warrior who cut off his wrists, facing a master at the third level of the sky realm. There seemed to be no other way but to stall for time. If this wasn't Shui Dezu, who was at the second level of the sky realm, they would still have the courage and ability to fight, facing the owner of the demonic saber club. Even if they tried their best, they could only stall for time. It was impossible to defeat the owner of the demonic saber club. "No, how can this be?" Li Hongxiu said immediately. The old servant Uncle Lin took a deep breath and said, "Young lady, the death of this old servant is not to be regretted. As long as the young lady survives, the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce will certainly rise again one day. The only thing this old servant can do is to stall for time for the young lady." "Ha ha ha! What a ridiculous feeling. You stinky fishes and shrimps want to stop me? It can only be a joke." The owner of the demonic saber club laughed. Chapter 1442. Ha ha ha! What a ridiculous feeling. Do you think you can stop me with just a few smelly fish and shrimps? It can only be ridiculous. Owner Zhang Kuang laughed loudly. He had reason to be proud. An expert at the third heaven of the celestial realm, even in Chaos City, was also a top-notch expert. A mere group of first heaven of the celestial realm and half-step celestial realm rotten fish and shrimps. What qualifications did they have to be compared to him? No, I can't let you stay, Li Hongxiu said immediately. But at this time the old servant Lin Bo looked at Yi Xuan and said, Mr. Wen, I will entrust the eldest miss to you. Let me make a rare decision in this matter. This is a set of phoenix skeleton. Our president only needs a small piece of it. Mr. Wen can take the rest as a reward for protecting our eldest Mississippi. Yi Xuan was stunned for a moment. Uncle Lin, Li Hongxiu said at this time, let's go. Yi Xuan grabbed Li Hongxiu's wrist with one hand, in the face of a master of the third sky of celestial realm. Even he had no confidence. At the same time, his other hand suddenly drew a big hand, and the constantly burning phoenix skeleton was taken into the Tianyuan mirror. Want to leave? Boy, I will let you know that it is not easy to take my things. Owner Zhang Kuang roared. His body was like a terrifying lightning, and he instantly rushed in front of Yi Xuan. His speed was extremely fast. Owner Zhang Kuang, your opponent now is me. The old servant Uncle Lin roared. He instantly rushed up and clenched his fist. Boom! An incomparably terrifying power condensed on his fist, and he suddenly punched down. Boom! A mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the ground, and countless smoke and dust instantly swept up into the sky in the shape of a column. Is that all? Owner Zhang Kuang's figure appeared. The terrifying mushroom cloud just now didn't hurt him at all. He only used one hand to block such an attack. Almost at the same time, a long blade appeared in Owner Zhang Kuang's hand. Endless demon energy entangled on it, and the law appeared in it. Gaga gaga, go to hell! He laughed insolently. The long blade suddenly burst out with endless blade light and chopped down towards Yi Xuan. Whoosh! The long blade instantly cut through a burst of golden light, and Yi Xuan's figure disappeared, leaving only a burst of golden light. When Yi Xuan reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, and Li Hongxiu was also pulled to the side by him. Go quickly! Yi Xuan roared. Do you want Uncle Lin to die in vain? Whoosh! A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, flapping continuously. You want to stop me, you old thing. The Devil Blade Master was extremely angry at this time. Yi Xuan had escaped. This was a great humiliation for him. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a demonic hand that covered the sky, grabbing at Uncle Lin. Get into formation and escort the young miss away, Uncle Lin shouted. At that very moment, the many half-step sky human stage experts from Skyfar Commerce set up a great array, seemingly unafraid of death. Their actions caused the surrounding space to shake violently as the great array pressed down on Sect Master Demonic Blade. Boom! The great array and the demonic hand collided fiercely on the spot, and countless terrifying forces swept out instantly. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose, and boundless airwaves swept out instantly. You want to stop me with this broken array? The Devil Blade Master sneered, and his big hand suddenly slammed down. Bang! The entire great array collapsed on the spot, and those half-step sky human stage experts were directly blown away. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and they could not even withstand a single move from him. Immediately after, the Devil Blade Master sneered, and the demonic hand directly grabbed out. Those half-step sky human stage experts were directly grabbed by this demonic hand and burst into a cloud of blood mist. After letting out a scream, they died tragically on the spot. Flutter, flutter, flutter! A loud noise came from outside, and then the entire sky seemed to be covered all of a sudden. In an instant, There was no other sound in the entire sky, only this terrifying sound. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Those ferocious birds had returned. Thinking of this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Each of those ferocious birds was extremely terrifying. There were millions of them, just like the clouds in the sky, endless. "Miss, leave quickly. I will hold this Devil Blade Master." Uncle Lin looked at the Devil Blade Master. "Let's die here together." "Go." At this time, Yi Shiwen directly grabbed Li Hongxiu's hand and did not fly out because he knew that it was a dead end. Instead, he flew directly into the valley. "Break for me," he shouted, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and directly blasted into the cliff. This cliff was made of unknown materials, and Yi Shiwen's full strength was not enough to shatter it. He could only blast a big hole on the spot. But even so, it is enough. Yi Shiwen directly pulled Li Hongxiu and rushed into the flashing light. "Get lost. I don't want to die with you, old man." At this time, the Devil Blade Master let out a terrifying roar, and a terrifying saber light directly swept out from his hand. Bang! Uncle Lin was blasted away on the spot, and the bear was completely cracked. Just when the Devil Blade Master was about to attack Yi Shiwen, Uncle Lin once again rushed towards them. "Your opponent is me. I have said that today. You and I will die here together." Uncle Lin smiled miserably. "Get lost." At this time, the Devil Blade Master let out a loud roar and directly blasted a punch towards Uncle Lin. Bang! Uncle Lin's entire chest completely caved in, and a fist directly pierced through his chest. Uncle Lin. Seeing Uncle Lin's miserable state, Li Hongxiu's eyes were filled with tears. Puff! Uncle Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his hands were still firmly grasping the Devil Blade Master's arm, unwilling to let go. "Let's die together!" "Old man, who wants to die with you?" The Devil Blade Master roared, and the sound of the ferocious birds behind him was getting closer and closer, almost flying over. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth and directly bit off Uncle Lin's head on the spot. Crunch, crunch! Uncle Lin's head was chewed to pieces on the spot. At the same time, countless ferocious birds seemed to have smelled the blood and rushed over. Each of the ferocious birds was the size of a human. In the void, they were like sharp arrows, covering the entire sky in an instant. "Get out of here! Get out of here! I won't die here!" Dojo Master Magic Blade roared. The magic blade in his hand emitted astonishing fluctuations. Swoosh! A shocking saber radiance instantly swept out. Bang! 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 Hundreds of fiery red, ferocious birds were directly vaporized into a bloody mist on the spot. However, the bloody mist was immediately devoured by their companions. Then, almost in an instant, the entire sky was covered with an almost endless amount of bloody mist. Perhaps their individual strength was not the strongest, but their endless numbers completely made up for the lack of strength. The strength of this dojo master demonic saber was indeed tyrannical. Although he was surrounded, the demonic saber in his hand directly swept out endless waves, annihilating any ferocious birds that got close to him into clouds of blood mist. However, the number of these ferocious birds was too large, and it didn't take long before he was completely submerged in the area of the ferocious birds' activities. However, Yi Shiwen and Li Hongxiu had no time to care about the Devil Blade Master, who had already been submerged in the ferocious birds, because there were also countless ferocious birds directly rushing over in front of their cave. They flapped their huge wings and instantly rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen didn't have time to care about the Devil Blade Master. Even he couldn't protect himself under the attack of these ferocious birds. Puff! Countless ferocious birds directly rushed into the flashing and spat out endless flames, almost melting the entire cave. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's hand slashed out a sword aura and directly annihilated these flames. A few of the fastest flying ferocious birds were bombarded into a bloody mist in an instant. Although Yi Shiwen's strength was not comparable to the Devil Blade Master, there was no difference at all for him. Now, there was only one belief left in his heart, and that was to hold on. He could only hold on. He knew that it would be very difficult to hold on until these ferocious birds came to look for food again. However, there was no other way now. There were hundreds and thousands of times more ferocious birds outside than in the cave. If he rushed out now, he would undoubtedly die. He could only hold on. At this time, Li Hongxiu also understood what kind of terrifying crisis she was facing. At this time, she also attacked with all her strength and cooperated with Yi Shiwen. The sword aura in Yi Shiwen's hand seemed to be endless. It protected his whole body and firmly blocked in front of Li Hongxiu. The sword aura tore the vast sky, and many ferocious birds were beheaded by Yi Shiwen every minute and every second. However, there were more ferocious birds directly rushing in from the cave entrance. These ferocious birds didn't care about the corpses of their companions at all. They directly opened their mouths and directly burned the corpses into ashes. Then they rushed in from the cave entrance. Puff! A ferocious bird directly rushed over, opened its beak, and bit Yi Shiwen's body. Bang! Yi Shiwen's sword aura immediately slashed down, and the ferocious bird was beheaded into a bloody mist. However, more and more ferocious birds took advantage of this gap to rush in. Both of them were almost surrounded by the ferocious birds. Fortunately, there was a wall behind them, and they were not completely surrounded. Even so, they were still in a precarious situation. Chapter 1443. There was no end to the ferocious birds. However, there was a limit to the amount of energy a human could muster. Even sky human stage experts were no exception. Holding on until the ferocious birds left to hunt for food was simply unimaginable. Or his hands. This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not hide anything. He directly activated the domain of the power of wind and thunder. Countless power of wind and thunder turned into blades of wind and thunder. It swept into a terrifying storm of wind and thunder and annihilated a group of ferocious birds that rushed in. For a time, those ferocious birds could not get close to Yi Shiwen and Li Hongxiu at all. They were all blocked outside the domain of the power of wind and thunder. However, there seemed to be no end to these vicious birds. There was no end to them, and there was no end to them. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also activated her own domain. Under her domain, those ferocious birds were quickly beheaded on the spot. However, the frequency of this kind of battle was too frequent. Yi Shiwen quickly felt that the consumption of qi in his body was simply astonishing. Even his recovery speed could not keep up with this consumption speed. It could be imagined how astonishing this consumption speed was. On the other side, Li Hongxiu was even worse. After just a few hours, she had consumed all her qi. She was already exhausted. Such a battle not only consumed qi, but it also consumed her mental power. She had to maintain the most vigilant state almost all the time. The consumption of mental power could be imagined. Normally, this kind of consumption wouldn't be a big deal. But in battle, this kind of consumption was simply a death sentence. Yi Shiwen could hold on longer than her, but he was not much better. At most, he could only hold on for a few times longer. Li Hongxiu stopped to rest several times. Only then did she recover to her peak state. Then, the two tacitly switched to Li Hongxiu to take the front line. Although Li Hongxiu's strength was not as good as Yi Shiwen's, it was still a piece of cake for her to deal with these ferocious birds in the law manifestation realm. The only problem was that there were too many ferocious birds. They were simply endless, and it was impossible to kill them all. When Li Hongxiu could not hold on any longer, Yi Shiwen naturally took over and continued to kill these ferocious birds. However, it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to recover to the peak state every time. This caused the time that he could hold on to be constantly reduced. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. For the two of them who were madly killing the ferocious birds, time felt like centuries. The frequency of exchange between the two was also getting more and more frequent. Yi Shiwen was basically at his peak now, but he could only maintain less than 1/3 of his usual strength. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were exhausted to death by these beasts, and this was because they were hiding in the cave. If they were in an open area, they would have already been besieged to death. Facing these ferocious birds that were not afraid of death, they simply had no way to deal with them. Li Hongxiu was already battered and exhausted physically and mentally. Yi Shiwen was still fine. The enlightening mind, ancient tree, was forcibly suppressing his mind. So, even if he was a bit battered, his spirit was still forcibly maintained at the peak state. No one could stay at their peak state forever. This state consumed a lot of spirit. Normally, it was fine because the spirit consumption was not too great. Even if they maintained this state, they could still maintain balance. However, in this kind of intense battle, the consumption was so great that it was impossible to maintain this balance. The result of forcibly maintaining this state was a mental breakdown. But at this time, Yi Shiwen could not care so much. If he did not maintain this peak state, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on until now. Whatever, let's fight. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth and roared at this time. Even though he tried his best to save his real elemental energy, and was almost purely relying on the tyrannical strength of the tyrant body to continuously kill the fierce birds that rushed in, the sword light that filled the sky, and only relying on the tyrannical strength of his body to continuously kill those fierce birds that rushed in. But the consumption was still too great. If this went on, he was afraid that he would die on the spot before these ferocious birds, left to look for food. Now, the only way was to have a breakthrough. As long as Yi Shiwen had a breakthrough to the late stage of half-step, celestial being realm, then his strength would have a huge improvement. In this case, he should be able to safely hold on until these ferocious birds left. How could he not know how dangerous it was to have a breakthrough in the midst of a battle? Every time he did this, he was almost forced to do so. If he could have a peaceful breakthrough, he would not have chosen to do so. But now that things had come to this, there was no other way but to fight to the death. He directly took out the amethyst glazed fruit given to him by the people of the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce and bit it. This amethyst glazed fruit immediately turned into a torrent of energy that rushed into Yi Shiwen's limbs and bones. And Li Hongxiu, who was meditating and recovering behind him, simply widened her eyes. She could not believe that Yi Shiwen actually chose to swallow the amethyst glazed fruit to have a breakthrough in this situation. Although everyone knew that in this situation there was no other way but to swallow the amethyst glazed fruit to have a breakthrough. But knowing was one thing, being able to do it was another thing. Not everyone had such determination because many people had a breakthrough in the midst of a battle and died on the spot. Otherwise, the world would be full of people who had a breakthrough in the midst of a battle. But she did not know that this was not the first time Yi Shiwen had done this. Although it was still very dangerous, it could be said that he was familiar with it. Boom! 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 The energy in Yi Shiwen's body suddenly exploded. Every time, Yi Shiwen's body would explode, and those vicious birds would be killed before they could even get close. Yi Shiwen's face also showed a bit of a painful expression. The amethyst glazed fruit was forcibly raising his cultivation, and this process was extremely painful. But his cultivation was indeed rising bit by bit. It was a bit like pulling a seedling to help it grow, and at this time he could not care so much. It did not take long for Yi Shiwen's cultivation to be forcibly raised to the peak of half-step, celestial realm middle stage. His cultivation had already climbed to the peak, but the huge amount of energy in his body had not been completely consumed. But his cultivation could not be raised for a while, so this energy was wreaking havoc in his body. Boom! 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 Waves of purple energy in his body swept out in a circle, and it was extremely terrifying. Now that things had come to this, Yi Shiwen simply rushed directly into the crowd of these vicious birds, and let those vicious birds rush to his body, and then be bombarded by the purple energy. And more purple energy, in addition to wreaking havoc in his body, was constantly scouring the meridians in his body and the realm of half-step, celestial realm late stage. Yi Shiwen felt as if countless needles were pricking his body. He broke out in cold sweat, and his entire back was instantly drenched. Then it was baked dry by the Zhanyuan. Then it was wet again, baked dry again, and this process kept repeating. His face had become extremely pale. His will could be said to be firm, but in this kind of situation, he was almost numb and unconscious. Because it was too painful, a normal person would have their nerve senses cut off at this time. But Yi Shiwen had the Mingxin ancient tree to forcibly calm his mind, so he could not faint at all, and he could also 100% clearly feel this intense pain, as if his body was going to be torn apart. His whole body felt like it was going to be torn apart. Finally he could not help but roar, as if he could vent his pain through roaring. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The sword light in Yi Shiwen's hand was constantly flashing, sometimes as heavy as Mount Tai, sometimes as light as a goose feather. In this kind of situation, it seemed a bit chaotic, but his whole person was a bit crazy, and his tyrant body seemed to be torn apart on the spot. Break for me, break for me. He continued to roar, and the pain in his body could not be alleviated at all. His roar was also drowned in the cries of these vicious birds. It was completely conceivable that the cries of millions of vicious birds could cover all other sounds, and even distort the transmission of divine thoughts. Yi Shiwen and Li Hongxiu could only communicate with their eyes, and could not rely on divine thoughts and sound transmission at all. No one knew how much time had passed, and time had no meaning at this time. The terrifying energy that was constantly bursting out of Yi Shiwen's body finally stopped, and then a terrifying aura leaped out of his body. Boom! Yi Shiwen was like a vicious beast that was shedding its skin, shedding the old shell, and then glowing with a new life. His aura had an earth-shaking change in an instant, and the originally stagnant aura was constantly rising at this time. Half-step late-stage celestial being realm, he finally stepped into the half-step late-stage celestial being realm. This was a whole new level, and his whole vision seemed to have been opened. However, he was pulled up to hasten his growth, and there were some sequelae. The aura on his body spread out, and even Li Hongxiu, who was behind him, could not resist the invasion of such a terrifying aura. It was not the same as the breakthrough before, and now it was a bit like pulling up to hasten his growth, so he could not control the aura on his body. However, after completing the breakthrough, his strength had also been greatly improved. Now he directly rushed into the group of vicious birds and constantly launched a massacre. After stepping into the half-step late-stage, celestial being realm, Yi Shiwen's strength had another earth-shaking change. If it was said that it was very difficult for him before, now he could do it with ease. Moreover, he was also using these countless ferocious birds to temper his somewhat unstable and ethereal aura. Puchi! 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 If it was said that Yi Shiwen killed a large number of birds before, then now he was accurate to every one of them. However, his speed was simply extremely fast, and his speed did not decrease much. Chapter 1444. Although the efficiency of killing was almost the same, but the actual consumption of Jinyuan was like heaven and earth. Yi Shiwen was able to save almost half of his Jinyuan without sweeping across a large area. In addition, after he entered the half-step celestial realm, the recovery speed of his qi was even faster. Therefore, he was able to completely stabilize his footing. Yi Shiwen seemed to be numb as he constantly waved his sword to kill the ferocious birds that were charging at him. As time passed, his half-step celestial realm continued to consolidate. He was originally a little unfamiliar with the realm, but he was also getting familiar with it through the constant killing. At the same time, he was absorbing the remaining energy of the purple crystal glazed fruit bit by bit. Although it would take some time to completely absorb it, it was enough for Yi Shiwen. A ray of sunlight shone in, which made Yi Shiwen and Li Hongxiu a little confused. How could there be sunlight? They didn't know how long it had been since they last saw sunlight, because the entire cave entrance had been occupied by those fiery red ferocious birds. In other words, these ferocious birds had left. Yi Shiwen looked outside. Sure enough, those ferocious birds that had besieged them for more than a month had finally left. It seemed like it was time for them to look for food again. We are saved. Li Hongxiu was still in a daze at this moment. She didn't expect that they would be saved just like that. Yi Shiwen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was confident that he could continue to hold on, he couldn't continue like this. But Uncle Lin... Li Hongxiu couldn't help but tear up when she thought of Uncle Lin, who died tragically. In fact, she wasn't a sentimental person, nor was she a woman who only knew how to cry. However, Uncle Lin had watched her grow up. Later on, she died while covering his escape. In the end, even her head was swallowed by the Magic Blade Tavern. As for her body, it was probably completely buried in the stomachs of those ferocious birds. Thinking of this, she felt sorrow in her heart. In addition to Uncle Lin, many experts from the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce were also buried. This trip to the land of chaos could be said to be a heavy loss for them. Hee, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a disaster. Ha ha ha. Even such a disaster couldn't kill me. Ha ha. At this moment, a sharp laughter was heard. Dojo Master Demonic Blade. Yi Shiwen and Li Hongxiu immediately reacted. There was no one else besides the Devil Blade Tavern Master who had appeared here at this time. However, they didn't expect that the Devil Blade Tavern Master wasn't dead. He didn't die under such circumstances. Both of them looked in that direction and saw a devil's shadow in the valley. It was the Devil Blade School's master. However, the Devil Blade School's master was in a very difficult situation. In fact, he was in a much more difficult situation than the two of them. His pair of wings had been bitten to the point where only the skeleton was left. His right leg had also been bitten clean. There was also his left hand and chest. All that was left were bare bones. Being able to make a peak expert at the third heaven of the heaven realm so miserable, it could be imagined how savage those vicious birds were. Encountering such a large number of vicious birds, even if it was a heaven realm expert, they could only flee. Master Magical Saber, you are not dead yet. Li Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said, it was him who swallowed Uncle Lin's head alive. Li Hongxiu's eyes were filled with hatred. She hated Club Master Demonic Saber to the core. It's you too. You're not dead yet. At this time, the Devil Blade School's master, who had just escaped from the trap, finally noticed that Yi Shiwen and Li Hongxiu were still alive. They were not dead yet. Hee. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Like I said, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Ha ha ha. The Phoenix Skeleton is also mine. With the Phoenix Skeleton, I can definitely advance to the next level. Jia. The Devil Blade School's master let out a sharp and unpleasant laughter. You have not been swallowed by those vicious birds. Then, let me send you on your way. Yi Shiwen's face was cold. The sword in his hand was swallowing and emitting sword light. Fighting seemed to have become his instinct. So that's how it is. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out that you've entered the realm of half-step, celestial realm. If I'm not mistaken, your strength should have improved a lot. However, it's still not enough. In front of me, you're still not enough. The club master coldly glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, at this time, Yi Shiwen was like an unsheathed treasured sword. He was incomparably sharp. The aura on his body could not be concealed at all. Whether it is enough or not, you will know once you try. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile, you are very bold. However, it is useless. You are nothing in front of my strength. The Devil Blade School's master sneered. His eyes were bursting with ominous light. His body began to emit endless light. The parts of his body that had been gnawed and left with only bones began to gradually grow flesh. He finally got rid of his zombie-like appearance. Die. At this time, a terrifying aura swept out from the Devil Blade School's master's hand. A blade light broke through the vast sky. It was extremely fast and instantly chopped down in front of Yishuin. Hey, you have not made much progress compared to a month ago, Yishuin said with a slightly sarcastic tone. He sneered, and the sword in his hand moved instantly. The sword light tore through the vast sky and bombarded the Devil Blade School's master. Bang! Another terrifying collision sound was heard. The sword light in Yishuin's hand smashed the Devil Blade School's blade light into powder on the spot. The sword light's momentum didn't diminish. It directly bombarded the Devil Blade School's blade light. How can this be? The Devil Blade School's master was shocked. He hadn't expected that the might of Yishuin's sword light would be so terrifying. He was even more shocked that Yishuin had been an ant-like nobody who could only run away from him a month ago. However, Yishuin had become so terrifying after only 1 month. He promptly dodged. However, it was too late. Yishuin's sword light was like a poisonous tongue. His speed was even faster. It streaked across his shoulder in an instant. One of his arms flew out on the spot and fell to the ground. Demon blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. The entire ground was polluted. Ah! The Devil Blade School's master screamed. He clutched his shoulder. His face was full of cold sweat. He looked at Yishuin in horror. He couldn't believe that Yishuin's speed had reached such a level. In fact, Yishuin could even injure him. No, he couldn't injure him. He could be killed if he wasn't careful. Go and atone for your sins to the people you killed, Yishuin coldly said. He took 1 step at a time, and the entire sky trembled. Mr. Wen, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him to avenge Uncle Lin. Li Hongxiu couldn't help but shout. She hated the Devil Blade School's master. However, she couldn't do anything. She couldn't do anything in the face of such a top powerhouse. Therefore, she could only rely on Yishuin. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. The Devil Blade School's master roared. Another arm grew out of his severed arm. It seemed as if he had been reborn. The devil race had an unimaginable advantage over the human race. Ah! The Devil Blade School's master roared unceasingly. The scales on his body cracked. Countless terrifying forces were boiling inside his body. His blue veins were protruding. A terrifying aura was rampaging inside his body. His height, which was originally the height of an average person, grew twice as tall in an instant. Mr. Wen, be careful. That's his great devil transformation. He has returned to his real body. Li Hongxiu reminded him at this time. Do you still want to remind him? It's useless. He has thoroughly infuriated me. Nobody can save him now. The Devil Blade School's master laughed in a strange manner. His aura had also increased by a notch after his transformation. It had become even more terrifying. It's useless. I can be regarded as the #1 expert in Chaos City after my transformation. Nobody can be my match. The Devil Blade School's master roared in a cruel manner. Is that so? The #1 expert in Chaos City is nothing more than this if you are only at this level. Yishuin said with an ice-cold expression. Boy, don't be too arrogant. The Devil Blade School's master will launch a backhand slash at this time. Boom! A terrifying saber light directly swept across the sky. The saber light constantly swallowed and tore the vast sky. It was like a giant dragon opening its big mouth to swallow Yishuin whole. Arrogant? I'm not as arrogant as you. Yishuin sneered and moved instantly. He stepped on the ground with an endless, terrifying force. His figure rushed out like a cannonball. Boom! The sword light in his hand and the Devil Blade School's saber light fiercely collided. Rumble! The frightening explosive force swept outwards in circles, directly spreading out in all directions with the center point where the two of them were clashing as the center. Now, I will show you the real gap between you and a Celestial Realm expert. The Devil Blade School's master's voice appeared behind Yi Shiwen. The Devil Blade School's master slashed down on the spot. His appearance was almost without warning, tearing the void and appearing behind Yi Shiwen. This was a trick of a master of the Celestial Realm. Even if a warrior who was only half a step into the Celestial Realm could blow up the sky, it was impossible for him to tear the void. These were two completely different concepts. Therefore, no matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, even if he could kill a Celestial Realm expert, he could not tear the void because he could not integrate with the world. This was an essential difference. The Devil Blade School's master's speed was extremely fast, but Yi Shiwen's speed was not slow either. He backhanded his sword and slashed down. Chapter 1445. Dang! A huge explosion sound was heard. The terrifying aftermath of the fight between the two sides instantly spread out. However, when Yi Shiwen wanted to continue his counterattack, he saw that the Devil Blade Master had disappeared without a trace. He almost left an afterimage in the sky. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. His unparalleled speed brought along an incomparably terrifying aura, shaking the entire space. His blade cut through the void. "Ha ha ha, die for me!" the Devil Blade Master roared. The blade light made his ferocious expression look even more ferocious. Rippling mountain seal. Yi Shiwen directly condensed a rippling mountain seal. A huge mountain range was formed in the sky and crushed down. Rumble! The mountain range instantly crushed down. The Devil Blade Master's speed was fast, but Yi Shiwen's was not slow either. Bang! The rippling mountain seal fiercely fell on the Devil Blade Master's back. His powerful demon body was blasted open. He staggered on the spot and his body fell down. However, the Devil Blade in his hand did not stop. It directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. On the other side, Yi Shiwen spread out his hands, and a golden wall was formed, which directly blocked the attack. Shwa! Yi Shiwen's figure disappeared, and instantly appeared in front of the Devil Blade Master. The long sword in his hand danced. "You want to kill me? Not so easy." At this time, the Devil Blade Master finally reacted. He tore the space again and disappeared in front of Yi Shiwen's eyes. Even Yi Shiwen's rippling mountain seal could not stop him. Huff, huff, huff. Devil Blade Master was gasping for breath when he reappeared. He had been severely injured by Yi Shiwen's rippling mountain seal. But the biggest reason was that he had been constantly tearing the void and shuttling back and forth in the void. It consumed a lot of energy. Even a Celestial Realm expert couldn't tear the space and scrupulously. Only a person who possessed spatial talent could do so. Kill! However, the Devil Blade Master roared again almost instantly. The demon energy on his body condensed into an energy pillar and soared straight into the sky. The terrifying cultivation of the third sky of Celestial Realm was fully manifested at this moment. The endless air was squeezed and exploded, forming a large vacuum zone. The Devil Blade Tavern Master once again arrived in front of Yi Shiwen's forehead like a beam of demonic light. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised. This Devil Blade Tavern Master was still as terrifying as before. However, his movements had undoubtedly slowed down a lot compared to a moment ago. He had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen a moment ago. Moreover, he had continuously torn the space. So, he had consumed a lot of energy. Not to mention, he had been fighting with the ferocious birds for an entire month. So, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Now that he was facing Yi Shiwen at his peak, He was naturally not as free as before. But even so, his speed was still frighteningly fast. The strength of an expert of the third firmament of the celestial realm was definitely not to be underestimated. Fortunately, it was Yi Shiwen. If it had been an ordinary person, he wouldn't have been able to react and would have been killed by him. Whoosh! A pair of golden wings suddenly stretched out behind Yi Shiwen. It was a pair of wings that blotted out the sky, just like a piece of golden cloud. What kind of magical power is this? How can it be so terrifying? The Devil Blade Tavern Master's eyes were filled with a look of horror. Such a terrifying pair of wings flapped. The golden divinities swept out like a tidal wave, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. As the pair of huge wings flapped, the wind and thunder roared, just like the omen of a storm. "I'll beat you to death." Yi Shiwen sneered. Crash! A huge lightning fell from the sky and directly pushed back the Devil Blade Tavern Master who was rushing over. Crash! The devil wings behind Yi Shiwen continued to flap. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. Thunder and lightning boiled in the sea of wind and thunder. They revolved around Yi Shiwen's body, making him feel as if he was in a kingdom of thunder. He had already used all his trump cards. He didn't have the mood to continue to tangle with his opponent. The Devil Blade Tavern Master's complexion was gloomy and his expression was solemn. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so tyrannical. As the battle continued to heat up, Yi Shiwen gradually revealed many abilities that he hadn't revealed before. This was something he hadn't anticipated beforehand. In other words, he had never thought that Yi Shiwen would be so difficult to deal with. A half-step celestial realm warrior could actually cause him so much trouble. This was something he hadn't expected. Initially, he didn't think much of it. Although Yi Shiwen claimed to have killed Xuedazu, and he had killed Xuedazu very easily, it wasn't a big deal. The Devil Blade Tavern Master could also do the same. However, this didn't mean that Yi Shiwen had the same fighting strength as the experts of the third heavens of Celestial Realm. Crash! 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 Yi Shiwen crazily flapped the huge golden wings on his back. Wind and thunder swept out like a dragon. It seemed as if a thunderstorm was raining down from the sky. Endless thunderstorms fell down from the sky like raindrops and smashed towards the Devil Blade Tavern Master. Yi Shiwen stood motionless. However, the domain of the storm wings, raised by the demon wings, almost covered the entire valley. The dojo master had nowhere to hide unless he hid in the subspace. As long as he appeared, Yi Shiwen would be able to sense him immediately. The dojo master was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. Yi Shiwen, who was flying in the sky, was like a god of thunder and lightning. For these demons, thunder and lightning were the most powerful force in the world. For them, there was a huge suppression and restraint. Boom! A wind and thunder bombarded the Devil Blade Dojo's body and scorched it black. Although it couldn't seriously injure the Devil Blade Dojo, it was enough to slightly slow down his movements. It was only for a short moment, but it was enough for Yi Shiwen to recover quickly. Then the power of wind and thunder swept down, smashing towards the Devil Blade Tavern Master on the spot. Boom! 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 The first wind and thunder bombarded the Devil Blade Dojo's body. More and more wind and thunder powers fell on his body. The Devil Blade Dojo's body was in a difficult situation. He was constantly dodging, so it was impossible for him to launch a new attack. There were a lot of wind and thunder. The power wasn't very strong. However, there were a lot of them. They fell down like a heavy downpour. The Devil Blade Tavern Master was extremely fast. He was like a black lightning. However, the problem was that Yi Shiwen's devil wings were like two huge golden clouds. The range was too wide. He couldn't escape in a short time. Therefore, he was in a difficult situation. Although he wasn't injured too much, it made him very depressed. The Devil Blade Tavern Master continued to roar. The long blade in his hand instantly tore the vast sky. It once again shuttled through time and space. When he appeared again, he was already behind Yi Shiwen. "Go to hell!" he roared. The long blade in his hand was a heavenly grade divine tool. It could shatter the entire sky. Two beams of golden light suddenly shot out. Yi Shiwen finally opened his eyes. He finally moved. Shua! Yi Shiwen instantly turned around, accompanied by a loud and sharp sound of breaking through the air. He stretched out his hands. Golden divinities covered his hands. He chased after the heavenly grade divine tool, the Devil Blade Tavern Master. Bang! Yi Shiwen's palm collided with the Devil Blade Tavern Master, and the sound of metal colliding was heard. A huge sound of collision swept out, especially Li Hongxiu. Her heart almost stopped beating when she saw the scene. She couldn't believe that Mr. Wen's strength had reached such a level. He was able to withstand a heaven step celestial tool. The strength of his body was too exaggerated. He couldn't break the heaven step long blade, but his body was enough to resist a heaven step celestial tool. His body was terrifying enough. How could anyone be a match for him with such a body? Even the Devil Blade Tavern Master had been bitten by those vicious birds in the past month. The two of them were fine to a large extent because of Yi Shiwen's powerful body. Those vicious birds didn't have good teeth to bite off his flesh, even if he had been bitten. Hans Seal! Yi Shiwen firmly grasped the blade with his left hand. His right hand once again condensed a Hans Seal. It transformed into a huge mountain range and smashed down. The entire sky was shattered by the force of the explosion. Boom! A huge explosion sound was heard. A huge crack appeared on the ground. Dust and sand swirled in the air. The Devil Blade Tavern Master was blasted down on the spot. The Devil Blade Tavern Master was suppressed on the spot. "I'd like to see if you can tear the space again and escape." Yi Shiwen sneered. He slowly landed on that huge mountain range. "You." The Devil Blade Tavern Master struggled with all his might. However, it was useless because he couldn't break free from Yi Shiwen's imprisonment. He had practiced this Hans Seal to the peak. Dojo Master Fiend Blade's power was suppressed and slowly retracted. His huge body also returned to the size of an ordinary person. His power was also completely retracted. "Miss Li, you will personally kill this bastard." Yi Shiwen stood on the mountain range and said, "Thank you, Mr. Wen." Li Hongxiu immediately knelt down with tears in her eyes. She had witnessed Uncle Lin die tragically in the hands of the Devil Blade Tavern Master. It would forever be an indelible pain in her heart. Li Hongxiu stepped forward with her saber in hand. Her eyes were filled with killing intention as she said, "Devil Blade Tavern Master, you must have never thought that you would end up like this. Winner takes all. There's nothing more to say." The Devil Blade Tavern Master couldn't move. However, he wasn't willing to bow his head in front of Li Hongxiu. "If that's the case, then go to hell." Li Hongxiu shouted in a delicate voice. "Raise your hand and the saber falls." The Devil Blade Tavern Master's head was chopped off on the spot. It rolled down. His spirit was destroyed. Chapter 1446. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief after killing the Devil Blade Tavern Master. "Thank you, Mr. Wen, for helping me take revenge." Li Hongxiu bowed and said, "It's nothing. It's a matter of course to take someone's money and get rid of a disaster." Yi Shiwen said. Li Hongxiu sighed. How could she not understand Yi Shiwen's meaning? He didn't want to have a deep relationship with them. Come to think of it, such a figure was not something that their small temple could accommodate. Such a peerless figure was not something that they could accommodate at all. In fact, even Chaos City could not accommodate him. She had a faint guess about Yi Shiwen's identity at this time. Such an outstanding person could only appear in a colossus like the Yi family. His surname wasn't Yi. However, the Yi family also had many subsidiary clans. So, it wasn't difficult for such an amazing genius to appear among them. It was common knowledge that many of these clans had a marriage alliance with the Yi family. Therefore, the blood of the Yi family flowed in their bodies more or less. You can take this phoenix bone with you. Yi Shiwen took out a phoenix bone and handed it over to Li Hongxiu. Thank you, Mr. Wen. My father is bedridden. Uncle Lin and many other experts have fallen because of this matter. I'm leaving now. I don't know if Mr. Wen would like to come with me? Li Hongxiu asked. No, you can leave first. I still have something to do. Yi Shiwen said. The entire chaotic land had become even more chaotic while Yi Shiwen, Li Hongxiu, and the others had been trapped in the valley for a month. Many experts had entered the Discord City, so they had inevitably started to fight for the heavenly treasures. Divine light is flickering in the chaotic mountain in the center of the chaotic land. Someone seems to have discovered the shadow of the legendary god in the chaotic mountain. Someone encountered a terrifying creature in the chaotic mountain. Only one person managed to escape from the entire team. Rumors began to spread throughout the chaotic land, and the target of these rumors was the chaotic mountain. Some people said that the chaotic mountain hid the treasures and secrets left behind by the devil god. Some people also said that an extraordinary creature was lying dormant in the chaotic mountain. There were all kinds of rumors, and it was hard to tell which was the truth. However, this didn't stop the experts of the fringe from moving closer to the mountain of chaos. Very quickly, there were rumors that the entire chaotic mountain range was filled with multicolored light and terrifying roars could be faintly heard. There were even rumors that a heaven-shaking battle had occurred in the chaotic mountain range. Hundreds and thousands of experts had gathered in the chaotic mountains. For a time, the entire chaotic mountains was filled with an austere aura. However, as the central region of the fringe, the mountain of chaos was no different from an ordinary mountain range. In fact, it was even more withered than an ordinary mountain range. There were even some gravel on the ground. It didn't seem to match the legendary multicolored lights and terrifying roars that filled the sky. There was only a pool of blood in the center, faintly emitting a terrifying pressure, mixed with strands of black gold, as if it had been blown up by someone. Some people tried to collect the pool of blood, only to be jolted into an idiot. This was a top-notch expert half a step into the celestial realm, yet he was actually jolted into an idiot by a pool of blood. Everyone was shocked. However, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary apart from this pool of blood. Why does this look like the legendary god's blood? It's boundless pressure and extremely terrifying. Someone guessed. Impossible. God's blood is golden. Even the blood of a demon god is golden in color. It's impossible for it to be black gold like this. A knowledgeable person immediately refuted. Gods were essentially a kind of living creature. Even if they were from different races and different martial arts, they were essentially the same thing. They were existences that transcended ordinary living creatures. Could it be the blood of some unknown primordial creature? I remember that this pool of blood wasn't recorded in the personal records of our predecessors. So, it obviously didn't exist in the past. Someone made such a speculation. Many people agreed and agreed. This wasn't impossible because many people knew that this chaotic stone had existed for a very long time. In fact, many people didn't even know about a certain period of history. Yi Shiwen also slightly frowned. He also didn't know about this pool of blood. He had a hunch that if Yi Mo was here, he would definitely know about it. Unfortunately, he had fallen into a deep sleep. He didn't know when he would wake up again. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. At this time, an incomparably tyrannical figure in the sky slid down into the crowd silently. He appeared in the crowd almost in an instant. It was an old man dressed in black. His gaze was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, many people who were glanced at by him immediately broke out in a cold sweat. They felt their bodies go numb, and they were unable to move. Hiss! It's the Blood Knight Tower Master. Why is he here? At this time, someone recognized the identity of this old man. He was the Blood Knight Tower Master, one of the top 10 forces in the entire Chaos City. It was said that the Blood Knight Tower Master was a top expert of the Hidden Devil Clan, one of the 8 great demon clans. Among the 8 great demon clans, the Fallen Angel clan was famous for its small number of people. Basically, the Hidden Devil clan didn't exceed 100,000 people at most. It could be said that they were inferior to a small-scale demon clan. But even so, the Hidden Devil clan was ranked as one of the 8 great demon clans. The biggest reason was that their assassination techniques were unparalleled in the Devil realm. Even the most powerful demon gods didn't dare to say that they could avoid the assassination of these assassins who walked in the dark. The most abnormal thing was that these Hidden Devil clan members could often assassinate people who were of a higher rank than them. So, these Hidden Devil clan members were often the most difficult opponents to deal with. In Chaos City, the Blood Knight Tower Master was also one of the most difficult top experts to deal with. The Blood Knight Tower Master didn't even look at the others. He just looked at the pool of blood and frowned in silence. No matter what, let's take away this pool of blood first. At this time, the Blood Knight Tower Master waved his hand and was about to take away the pool of blood. The Blood Knight Tower Master has a big appetite. Such a big pool of blood. At least leave some for us. At this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground. This directly stopped the Blood Knight Tower Master's action. "Fan Lei, you dare to compete with me?" the Blood Knight Tower Master said with a sneer. "Why not?" The person exuded a terrifying aura and didn't give in. At this time, the people saw the identity of the person. It was a middle-aged human man. "Hiss, it's him, the solitary swordsman Fan Lei. Although he isn't one of the top 10 forces, his cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the Sky Realm. I didn't expect that the opening of the fringe would attract him. Blood Knight Tower Master, if you have the guts, fight me head-on. If you win, I'll leave immediately. I won't say anything to you," Fan Lei said nonchalantly. The others were afraid of the Blood Knight Tower Master, who had a large business, a strong cultivation, and a strange cultivation method. However, what did he have to be afraid of? He would take the things and go far away. What could the others do to him? The Blood Knight Tower Master's expression was ugly, but he didn't attack out of anger. He was very clear that he was good at assassination. In terms of fighting head-on, he was probably the weakest among the experts. If he fought head-on at this time, he would be using his weakness to attack the enemy's strength. He couldn't do such a stupid thing. "Humph, this is mine. Whoever dares to snatch it will die." At this time, another shocking demonic aura fell. Then a horrible and ugly Azura appeared in the center of the field. "You're too overbearing. Even if it's you, it's impossible for you to take it for yourself." Another expert of the human clan arrived. This time, it was a middle-aged woman of the human clan. Her body faintly carried a somewhat frightening aura, making people unable to get close. The arrival of these experts at the 3rd heaven of the Sky Realm made the experts present fall silent. In the face of these top experts, even they couldn't help but hold their breath, feeling that it was exceptionally frightening. After these people, another expert of the Devil Clan arrived. This was an expert of the original Devil Clan. The pair of wings on his body was somewhat similar to those of the Great Devil Clan, but it also seemed to have the characteristics of other Devil Clans. This was the original Devil Clan, an extremely special existence among the 8 royal clans. Legend had it that the original Devil Clan was the origin of all the Devil Clans in the Devil world. In other words, all the Devil Clans were split from the original Devil Clan. They were originally called the Devil Clan. Later, more and more Devil Clans appeared. In order to distinguish them, they also changed their name to the original Devil Clan. The meaning was very obvious. Because of this, the original Devil Clan was very proud. They thought that they were the orthodox bloodline of the Devil Clan. The other Devil Clans were simply branches that they had split off from. However, As one of the 8 royal clans of the Devil Clan, they indeed had this kind of qualification to be proud. They had this kind of capital and strength. This expert of the original Devil Clan glanced arrogantly at everyone and said, "What is there to fight over? The real wealth should be the inheritance left behind by the Devil God. If I'm not wrong, the wealth and inheritance left behind by that Devil God should be in this chaotic mountain. It won't be too late to fight over it after we find it." The experts thought for a while and felt that it was somewhat reasonable. At this time, this expert of the original Devil Clan glanced at Yi Shiwen in the crowd and immediately locked onto him. "Are you Mr. Wen?" At this time, the expert of the original Devil Clan said. He had come with ill intentions as soon as he opened his mouth and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1447. Mr. Wen is in trouble. I'm afraid he doesn't know that the reason why Xuedezu dared to bully the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce in such an arrogant and domineering manner was because he had Xuedezu's backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. However, I didn't expect that Xuedezu would be killed by Yi Shiwen. How could he let Yi Shiwen off so easily with his arrogance? Some people immediately understood why this expert of the original Devil Clan had come to look for trouble with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and said, "I am. What about it?" That original Demon Clan expert didn't say anything. He immediately attacked, and his devil claw tore through the air. Buzz! The devil claw fell and issued a terrifying clanging sound. It instantly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Clang! An 8-treasure universe cauldron appeared above Yi Shiwen's head and protected him within it. Yi Shiwen's 8-treasure universe cauldron took on the devil claw of the original Demon Clan expert. At this time, Yi Shiwen also moved. He let out a long roar and immediately launched a shattered star fist. It directly blasted towards the glabella of that original Demon Clan expert. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Anyone who thought that he was someone who could be bullied at will would be gravely mistaken. He had seen countless strong people in his life. However, he had never shown any weakness. This was an earth-shattering showdown. Countless principles loomed in Yi Shiwen's fist Dao, and he blasted out the principles of fist Dao with his fist. Boom! A terrifying collision spread in all directions. Multicolored lights radiated, and countless martial arts currents were blasted away. The 2 experts shook violently and retreated one after the other. Both of them had a horrified look in their eyes, especially the expert of the original Devil Clan. He had discovered that Yi Shiwen had become tyrannical to such an extent. Hiss! This Mr. Wen is so strong. I thought that he was only SOSO after defeating Xuedezu. I didn't expect that he would be strong enough to compete with an expert at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. At this time, the eyes of the other tyrannical experts also flickered. They had underestimated Yi Shiwen before. The eyes of this original Demon Clan's expert flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. However, he could tell from the exchange just now that Yi Shiwen was also an extremely powerful person. He had completely misjudged him. A warrior of the late stage of half-step celestial realm could actually be this powerful. It was no wonder that Xuedezu had died at his hands. This wasn't surprising at all. Your attack is over, but mine isn't. Yi Shiwen sneered and immediately pounced towards him to kill. With a point of his finger, a towering cage appeared. Heaven imprisoning finger. In an instant, the experts of the original demon tribe seemed to be imprisoned, unable to move. It was as if their bodies had sunk into mud, unable to move at all. Just as the finger was about to touch his body, the expert from the original Demon Clan moved. With a loud roar, he punched out. Boom! Yi Shiwen pointed his finger at the cage, and it collapsed with a loud bang. This was a battle between 2 peerless experts. The experts of the original Demon Clan were afraid. However, Yi Shiwen was also an unforgiving person. How could he let this expert of the original Demon Clan off so easily? Enough! We didn't come here today to quarrel with each other, the beautiful human woman said at this time. However, her pretty face was as cold as frost, and she stood between the two of them. The experts of the original demon clan and Yishuin looked at each other with very unfriendly expressions. However, neither of them made any further moves. For the experts of the original demon clan, it was somewhat not worth it to offend Yi Shiwen for the sake of Xuedazu. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen's unforgiving and overbearing attitude, he would have already given up long ago. For Yi Shiwen, this time, it was more important to establish his prestige than anything else. It was enough to achieve such an outcome. At the same time, 3 figures loomed in the void in the distance. They were looking at Yi Shiwen in the crowd. They were the 3 experts of the Demon Suppression City. Sure enough, it's this little bastard. At this time, the third among the 3 said. His eyes were flashing with killing intent. I didn't expect that he has grown to such an extent. Even the experts of the 3rd sky of the heaven realm can't do anything to him. If he continues to grow like this, how terrible would it be? Should we go down and kill him now? The second among the 3 said with killing intent. Such a person must be strangled in the cradle. What's the rush? Today he know they must all die. This news must not be spread out. Otherwise, it will be a very troublesome matter. At this time the eldest among the 3 said, I have already sent a message to the Blood Knight Tower Lord. I believe he knows what to do. That thing has been injured by us, but it has escaped into the seal. Now, it will not be easy to lure it out. So, big brother, you send a false message to lure them all here. Ha ha ha, they must know that they are already at death's door. But they don't know it. The third said with a loud laugh. He looked at the group of people in the distance, as if he was looking at a group of dead people. This can't be regarded as false news. At least some of it is true. However, in order to lure that thing out again, we have no other choice. Brother Yi Kuang is now at a critical moment. He needs that thing. The eldest also had a slightly proud look on his face. Today these people must die, and that little bastard is just one of them. He is nothing. We don't need to specially treat him. He will also die. In the field, the confrontation between the 2 finally stopped. Several top experts were faintly standing in the middle. Yi Shiwen was also allowed to join the circle because of the battle just now. Outside of them stood hundreds and thousands of experts. They were the top group of experts in Chaos City. Everyone stood there quietly. Everyone's divine sense had already swept through the chaotic mountain range. However, no matter how they swept, they couldn't find any clues. This chaotic mountain range was just like any other barren mountain range. There was nothing special about it. Ahem, I have a source of information. At this time, the Blood Knight Tower Master suddenly stood up and said. Everyone's gaze focused on him at once. However, at this time, the Blood Knight Tower Master said calmly at this time, there is a demon god's wealth and all the inheritance buried under this place. However, if we want to open it, we must have enough blood sacrifice. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they heard this. Enough blood sacrifice? How many creatures would be sacrificed before it could be considered enough? Where can we find so many creatures for blood sacrifice now? The beautiful human woman said. It's very simple. Aren't there many people here? So many it should be enough. At this time, the expert of Azura tribe said with a weird laugh. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel a little scared. This Azura expert actually wanted to sacrifice them. How cruel and terrifying this was. Is this a joke? There are so many of us. How can we sacrifice all of them? Someone said in disbelief. Joke? I think it's a good idea. The original demon expert said with a sneer. He had just suffered a small loss in Yi Shiwen's hands. At this time he was in a bad mood and needed to vent his anger. There are so many people here. The blood sacrifice will eventually awaken Barren Mountain. Ha ha ha! At this time, many experts of Chaos City who were just watching from afar became vigilant. In the face of these top experts of the third heavenly layer of Heaven Realm, they couldn't be too careful. Fan Lei and the human expert were indifferent. Although they didn't say anything to support the idea, they didn't oppose it either. They were extremely indifferent. As far as they were concerned, nothing was more important than the demon god's treasure and inheritance. As for these people, they were just seeking death. Then let's do it. I think we should just kill them all. Anyway, this is enough. At this time, the Azura expert suddenly laughed strangely and roared. Are you crazy? We represent all the experts of Chaos City. Don't tell me you want to kill us all? Someone screamed. Why not? The expert from the original demon clan sneered. At this time, everyone finally realized that these top experts of the third heavenly layer of Heaven Realm didn't have any subordinates around them. In other words, even if they were to be sacrificed, it had nothing to do with them. They naturally didn't care. As for the anger of all the people of Chaos City, it didn't matter. As long as they could get the demon god's inheritance and treasure, a mere Chaos City was nothing. Moreover, they already represented the majority of Chaos City's strength. Who could rebel against them? Although there were still a few experts of the top 10 forces who didn't come, it didn't affect the overall situation. Yi Shiwen frowned. These people had gone crazy for the so-called demon god's treasure. No matter how much blood sacrifice is needed, since we don't know, we will kill until enough is enough. Blood Knight Tower Master, you set up the formation and I will kill. Haha, this is my favorite. At that moment, the expert from the Azura clan leaped into the crowd and began a frenzied massacre. Pucci! 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 Every time he made a move, an expert would fall under his claws and explode into a bloody mist. At the same time, the Blood Knight Tower Master also began to set up this huge formation in the void according to what he had prepared beforehand. After a while, the other top experts also joined the battle. Suddenly, waves of screams came one after another. It was like purgatory on earth. Chapter 1448. In the face of the slaughter of these terrifying experts, these people could almost be said to have no power to fight back. Moreover, these experts at the peak of the third sky of Celestial Realm would explode them into blood fog while killing them. These people could not even escape. Once they tried to escape, someone would make a move to kill them first, leaving them with no chance at all. Fight! Let's fight with them. I don't believe that they can kill all of us. At this time, someone finally could not bear it anymore and began to roar. Everyone also began to resist crazily. There was no other way. Since they were going to die anyway, it was better to fight with their lives on the line. Therefore, the scene completely fell into chaos. Everyone fell into madness, and thousands of people fell into the slaughter. But even so, in the face of this group of experts who were already red-eyed and only thinking about the demon god's inheritance and treasures, they also fell into a complete disadvantage. It was basically a one-sided slaughter. The bloody aura began to quietly pervade the air. It was unknown how many people were killed and exploded into a mass of blood fog. The entire air was filled with a mass of bloody aura. Yi Shiwen just quietly watched from the side and did not choose to join any side. There were several warriors who had already killed until their eyes were bloodshot and had rushed to his side, but they were instantly killed by him on the spot. This made many warriors who had killed until their eyes were bloodshot and did not dare to approach him. Although he did not attack, but it was obvious that he was also a terrifying existence on the same level as those masters of the peak of the third heavenly layer. Between heaven and earth, the bloody aura became more and more intense. But what was surprising was that even with such a strong bloody aura, there was actually not a single fierce beast that rushed over because of it. Yi Shiwen waited quietly, looking at the people who had already killed until their eyes were red. Everyone did not notice, but he noticed that the corner of the Blood Knight Tower Master's mouth actually had a bit of a strange smile. This made his heart a bit suspicious. What exactly was being sacrificed in this blood sacrifice? What exactly was being sacrificed? Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, everyone only heard a burst of rapid breathing. Everyone stopped fighting because they found that the bloody aura between heaven and earth was decreasing at an alarming rate. In just a short while, the bloody aura between heaven and earth had completely disappeared. Boom! Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard as the entire mountain range cracked open. Boundless, multicolored light instantly covered the entire sky. Everyone knew that after half a day of blood sacrifice, the thing that was supposed to come out had finally come out. At this point in the battle, nearly half of the original 1,000 experts had been slaughtered, leaving only 500 to 600. But at this time, no one cared about this matter anymore. Everyone was looking at the crack filled with multicolored light. They all remembered the previous rumor about the sky full of multicolored light. But at this time, everyone became nervous. And in this sky full of multicolored light, a huge sharp claw directly stretched out and covered the sky. Suddenly, several people who could not escape in time were caught on the spot, directly grabbed into a mass of blood mist, and then turned into a massive torrent that was sucked over. Everyone was shocked and angry. What exactly was hidden in there? And then, a terrifying figure appeared in front of everyone. This figure was in front of everyone, but it seemed to be in a distorted space. Everyone couldn't see what was inside this figure at all. As soon as this monster appeared, it immediately rushed into the crowd and began a continuous massacre. It was just a prenatal checkup, but it had already slaughtered dozens of people. Everyone was dumbfounded. What exactly was this thing? And as more people were killed, the aura of this monster became more and more terrifying. It seemed to be absorbing the blood essence of the people to recover and grow at a crazy rate. "Hurry up and leave, this is a god's evil," someone shouted, and suddenly everyone started to panic. This turned out to be a god's evil. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. It wasn't that everyone didn't know what a god's evil was, but on the contrary, they knew what it was. Since the beginning of the existence of gods in this world, gods had been born along with them. If gods were said to be the embodiment of the good side, then God's evil was the embodiment of the evil side of gods. Normally, these gods' evil were suppressed in the depths of the gods' bodies. But once the gods fell into a deep sleep, these gods' evil would come out to do evil. As souls that died prematurely, God's evil continued to live, absorbing nourishment from their power that was close to that of gods and pure hatred towards their ancestors and all natural products. God's evil obtained a distorted, strange, and terrifying imprint during the birth of gods. There were countless types of God's evil, and they were all unimaginably terrifying to mortals. Cursed by heaven and hell, God's evil had been sealed for countless years. But as time passed, sometimes God's evil would be accidentally released or break out of its cage on its own. The appearance of a God's evil could cause a country, a world, or even a plane to panic. To think that a God's evil, a creature that only existed in legends, would actually appear here. Could it be that a demon god had really been buried here? Originally, the rumors about the demon god were just between belief and disbelief. After all, after so many years of legends, no one had actually seen the demon god, including the so-called inheritance and wealth. As for whether the demon god really existed, many people were very skeptical. But now, if a demon god had really been buried here, then the appearance of a god's evil wouldn't be strange at all. But the truly terrifying thing was that a god's evil was the embodiment of the evil side of gods. Although it was merely an embodiment, it possessed terrifying strength that no one could match. From the moment it appeared, no one was a match for it. On the contrary, they were completely defeated. Wherever it went, there would be a reign of terror. At this moment, everyone finally remembered that blob of blood. That black and gold color isn't the blood of gods, but the blood of a god's evil. Heavens, what kind of monster have we provoked? Run, run, run. Run away from the land of chaos. The entire land of chaos isn't safe. Everyone was dumbfounded. That god's evil attacked again. With a swipe of its claw, the entire world changed color and a huge crack appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were crushed. They couldn't even escape. Everyone was fleeing frantically. Even the bloody Knight Tower Master and the others who had been wantonly slaughtering were no exception. At this time, Yi Shiwen and the others were also fleeing frantically. This was a god's evil, so no matter what, it was much more terrifying than everyone else. The god's evil at the back was in hot pursuit. It rushed into the crowd and began a massacre. Bang! It opened its huge hand and suddenly swiped its claw, directly grabbing that beautiful woman from the human clan. This expert at the peak of the third heaven of the celestial realm didn't have any power to retaliate and was crushed right away. In front of this god's evil, they didn't have any advantage over those half-step celestial realm warriors, and they were crushed right away. Moreover, this god's evil seemed to specifically choose experts with strong blood chi to hunt down. Those third heaven of the celestial realm experts had been abnormally active and had monstrous, murderous intent. But at this moment, they became the path to death for them. Instead, they became the first targets to be killed. After that human woman, the expert from the original demon clan also followed closely behind and was crushed on the spot. Their speed was extremely fast, but compared to the speed of this god's evil, it seemed to be far inferior. Just as they were about to escape from this mountain range, the colorful clouds in the sky turned into walls and locked onto them. All of a sudden, everyone screamed. This was cutting off all their chances of survival. However, at this time, there was almost no other way. Everyone could only turn back and fight against this abomination god. However, as expected, they had no chance of winning against this terrifying abomination god. No matter how many people rushed over, they were all blasted into a mist of blood on the spot. Uft, uft, uft. Experts from the human clan and the devil clan were constantly crushed into a bloody mist and then devoured alive. The aura of this god's evil was also becoming more and more terrifying. This god's evil was severely injured by someone, and now it's eating to recover from its injuries. Everyone finally came back to their senses. God's evil had the sparks of divinity. Therefore, unless they were destroyed, they were almost immortal. However, this god's evil had clearly been severely injured, which was why it was devouring them to recover from its injuries. Not only did everyone not feel relieved, but they also felt even more terrified. Who could seriously injure this god's evil? It could recover from ordinary injuries in the blink of an eye. If it was injured to the point where it needed to devour flesh and blood to recover, then everyone present would probably not be enough for it to eat. Sure enough, no matter how many people it devoured, this god's evil was not satisfied. In the blink of an eye, there were only 100 people left after it devoured them. The other 900 people either died in internal strife or were all buried in this god's evil stomach. At this time there was a sudden loud roar, followed by a shocking saber radiance tearing through the sky and directly blasting the colorful clouds. Boom! There was an intense collision, and the saber radiance violently collided with the colorful cloud's wall. Crack, crack! Cracks began to appear on the colorful cloud's wall. Then, with a loud bang, the entire colorful cloud's wall finally could not withstand the impact and suddenly collapsed. Chapter 1449. The emergence, immortal exterminating sabers, terrifying saber radiance, swept across the void and shattered the 5-colored glowing wall. In the distance, the 3 experts from the demon-suppressing city lineage had a drastic change in their expressions. Yi Shiwen's saber slashed and broke the trap they had set up. If these people escaped, it would be very troublesome for them. That damned little bastard! Do it! The leader of the 3 instantly roared. Big brother, what should we do with this little bastard? The second among the 3 clearly saw Yi Shiwen suddenly unleash a shocking saber aura. Although it was too fast, so they couldn't clearly see what kind of saber aura it was enough for them to make a judgment. At this moment, the leader of the 3 gritted his teeth and said, "Let's ignore him for now." Someone will deal with this little bastard sooner or later. It's more important for us to hunt down that abomination god. Now, junior brother Yi Kuang needs this abomination god. Originally, he wanted to let the abomination god kill all these people. That way, they could save a lot of effort. However, who knew that Yi Shiwen would suddenly attack and directly shatter the barrier, causing them to have no choice but to choose to intervene in advance. As for Yi Shiwen, they could only let him go for now. Otherwise, fighting on two sides and fighting with such an abomination god would only be a dead end. That's right. At this time, we can only let this little bastard go. Damn it, this little bastard actually ruined our plans. The third among them said furiously at this moment, "Do it! Hunt down the abomination god." The leader roared and instantly attacked. The terrifying strength of the peak of the 6th level of the celestial realm was displayed in an instant, and the entire sky rumbled and shook. The 3 terrifying experts instantly rushed into the group of experts. The terrifying shockwave that descended directly injured several experts and blasted them away. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know the background of these 3 people. They actually dared to appear at this time to hunt the abomination god. However, at this time no one dared to stay. Regardless of whether it was the abomination god or the 3 terrifying experts, they were far from being able to deal with them. No matter which side won, it would be a disaster for them. At this time, no one dared to stay anymore. They were all scared stiff. Today was a crazy day of killing. Only 100 people were left out of the thousands. Such a loss. Even if it wasn't a complete annihilation, it was more or less the same. Every side had suffered heavy losses. It was already good enough that they could survive, let alone have any other ideas. Everyone rushed out from the gap and fled into the distance. To them, escaping with their lives was like a dream, like a miracle. However, Yi Shiwen frowned because he clearly felt that those 3 terrifying experts had a strong hostility towards him. He believed that he wouldn't be wrong about this. It was a very strong hostility, as if they couldn't wait to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. This suddenly gave him an idea. After pretending to go out with the others, he quietly snuck back by himself. He used the restraining breath technique to hold back all the breath on his body, not letting even the slightest bit of it leak out. He wanted to see what kind of divine being could actually have such a strong hostility toward him. At this time, the 3 experts were already fighting with the abomination god. The strength of this abomination god was clearly much more tyrannical than the 3 of them. It seemed to have a terrifying ability to destroy heaven and earth with just a raise of its hand or a kick. It made Yi Shiwen think of a terrifying expert like the Yi clan master. However, although the strength of these 3 experts was inferior to this divine sense, they carried a simple and unadorned mirror. This mirror blossomed with a terrifying light, and wherever it swept, the void would completely collapse. The abomination god was swept by it, and its entire arm instantly evaporated. Hiss, this instrument is so terrifying. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but exclaim. This had definitely surpassed the level of a heaven-grade instrument. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. It might even be on the same level as the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber. This was Yi Shiwen's first time seeing such a terrifying instrument in the ancient Baron's continent. Such an instrument was definitely a terrifying existence that could suppress the fate of a faction. Even if the Yi clan was countless times more tyrannical than the true martial domain, it was impossible for them to casually take out such an instrument. Now, such an instrument had actually appeared here. In order to hunt down this abomination god, they had put in a lot of effort. Huff, huff! Although this ancient mirror was extremely powerful, their strength was obviously insufficient to control this ancient mirror. After a while, they were already panting. Fortunately, the abomination god wasn't any better. Although it ran extremely fast, it was still swept by the light of the ancient mirror a few times, and it was directly injured. At this moment, it didn't have any spare energy to launch any attacks. It could only roar and stare at the 3 of them. Previously, he was injured by these 3 people. He didn't expect to encounter these 3 people again. This made him very depressed. He was the incarnation of the evil will of a deity. Although he was incomparably evil, he was practically the other side of a deity. What did these people count as? These insignificant mortals actually used that side of the ancient scripture to injure him again and again. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but roar in anger. Suddenly, a sinister and evil smile flashed across the corner of its mouth. Whoosh! Its entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist. When it condensed again, it was already in front of the 3rd brother. It directly spread out its huge hand, and a claw suddenly slashed down. Hula! The entire void seemed to be torn apart in an instant. Endless airwaves swept out, and countless smoke and dust swept up. "Third brother, be careful!" the eldest brother hurriedly shouted. But at this time it was simply too late. The abomination god clawed the 3rd brother until he exploded. His claws pierced through the 3rd brother's chest and crushed his heart. Then the abomination god pulled out the 3rd brother's heart and swallowed it. The entire scene was extremely cruel. After swallowing the 3rd brother's heart, the abomination god looked up to the sky and roared. It actually recovered some of its spirit, and it was even more terrifying than before. Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised. Both sides were very terrifying. One side's strength was invincible enough to shake the world, while the other side wielded a magic tool that was also incomparably powerful. Damned evil creature! The eldest brother watched helplessly as his brother was swallowed. He immediately burned with anger, and he let out a loud roar. Then the ancient mirror in his hand erupted with a powerful light, and directly blasted the abomination god's body. The abomination god's back was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. Black golden blood splattered out, and it directly staggered from the attack. Its entire body was blasted away, and it violently crashed into a mountain peak. It directly broke the mountain peak and turned it into powder. One could imagine how terrifying this kind of power was. Go to hell, you beast! The 2nd brother was also burning with anger, and he blasted towards the abomination god. His palm turned into a towering mountain, and it crashed down. Boom! The abomination god looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, it attacked, and it blasted a punch-out. Boom! The entire sky seemed to have collapsed all of a sudden. That mountain was blasted away, and the 2nd brother was blasted into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Immediately after, the abomination god opened its mouth and sucked, and the cloud of blood mist was sucked into its stomach on the spot. There was a look of longing on its face. The quality of the blood essence of an expert at the 6th heaven of the celestial realm was naturally much better than that of the half-step celestial realm and celestial realm. It could almost be said that one abomination god could replace all of them. Unfortunately, the real problem was that there were too few of them. Including the 3rd brother, there were only 2 of them. He looked at the eldest brother almost instantly, and his eyes were filled with greed. Die, you beast! The eldest brother let out a loud roar, and the light from the ancient mirror in his hand swept out continuously. The sky fell, and the earth cracked everywhere. There were originally restrictions below, but at this time they were also completely shattered. Heaven and earth were completely shattered into pieces. Even the restrictions were unable to withstand such a terrifying, destructive power. It looked exceptionally terrifying from afar, and even chaos was pouring out. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to hide even further away. The place where he was previously had also completely collapsed. The self-recovery ability of the space could not keep up with the terrifying, destructive power of this mirror. The eldest brother seemed to have gone crazy. 2 of his brothers had died, tragically one after another, and it was a huge blow to him. If he did not kill this abomination god, he would not be able to face his brother's spirits in heaven. Roar! This abomination god was hit a few times in a row, and its vitality was greatly damaged. It was as if all the nourishment it had taken just now had been wasted all of a sudden, and it kept roaring. Countless energy balls in its body flew out in a frenzy, and then formed a huge energy ball in the sky, which blasted toward the eldest brother. The eldest brother also seemed to have gone crazy, and he exerted all his strength to urge the ancient mirror in his hand to burst forth with a powerful light, which swept out. Boom! An earth-shattering and terrifying collision occurred, and the aftermath destroyed everything, causing heaven and earth to once again fall into the legendary state of chaos before it was formed. Bang! In the endless chaos, a figure was directly blasted out. It was the eldest brother, but at this time there was an ecstatic look on his face, and he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, you beast, you're still going to die. As he laughed, he coughed up blood frantically. Among the blood, there were pieces of his internal organs. His internal organs had been completely shattered by that terrifying collision, and he kept coughing up blood. Heaven and earth returned to peace, and the smoke and dust dispersed. Yi Shiwen saw that the abomination god was lying on the ground, and he kept roaring. Chapter 1450. At this time, the majestic abomination god was already seriously injured. His chest was penetrated by the mirror's light wave. The energy on the light wave had a great restraining effect on him. His wound was expanding step by step, and he couldn't stop it at all. Ha ha ha, beast! In the end, you still fell into my hands. The leader stood up with difficulty and immediately made a hand seal. Countless talismans in the sky began to float around frantically. Then they connected to form a talisman chain that instantly locked the abomination's body. The chain pierced through its shoulder blade and firmly locked it in place. It turned out to be a heaven-rank celestial artifact. It had actually refined a talisman puppet into a celestial artifact. This could not be said to not be a big deal. The abomination god screamed miserably, but it was restrained by the talisman puppet. Haha, let's see how you can break free now. When junior brother Yi Kuang devours you, his cultivation will rise to another level. At that time, he will be invincible in the imperial court contest. At that time, it won't be in vain that my 2 younger brothers died in your hands, said the boss with a sorrowful expression. Yi Kuang! Yi Shiwen was shocked. Zhongbatian Yi Kuang! With the word Kuang in his name, Zhongbatian was extremely arrogant. Except for a few people in the entire Yi family, the rest were not in his eyes. His eyes seemed to have already locked onto the new generation of geniuses in the entire ancient Baron's continent. Then, the identity of this person was obvious. Someone from the demon suppression city was so hostile towards him in this demon domain passage. At the same time, he also had such powerful strength. He definitely couldn't be from the Thunder demon hunting group. There was only one possibility, and that was an expert from the demon suppression city. Yi Zhanemo had been presiding over the demon suppression city for so many years, and it was unknown how many experts he had nurtured. Yi Kuang was one of the most famous, but it didn't mean that he was the only one. There were also various other experts, and they all formed the demon suppression city. Hence, Yi Zhanemo was able to have such great authority in the demon domain passage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to achieve this alone. So, he came to hunt this abomination god for Yi Kuang. They paid such a huge price just to let Yi Kuang devour the divine sin. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be shocked by Yi Zhanemo lineage's generosity. What was a god's sin? It was practically the incarnation of the evil side of the gods. It was immortal and indestructible. Even if the gods fell, these gods' sins wouldn't be destroyed. In fact, they would even absorb the resentment of the gods when they fell and become even more prosperous. For ordinary people, it was an existence that was impossible to redeem. In order to redeem this abomination, the demon-suppressing city had indeed paid a considerable price. Putting aside the 2 experts at the 6th layer of the sky tier who had been killed on the spot, just the ancient mirror alone was an incredible treasure. Of course, if they could successfully capture the abomination god, then everything they paid would be worth it. Moreover, if Yi Kuang really devoured the abomination god and obtained some sort of power, his strength would greatly improve. Perhaps, even among the younger generation of the entire ancient Barrens continent, it would be hard for him to meet a worthy opponent. Regarding the legend of Yi Kuang, after offending Yi Zhenmo to death, he had once deliberately collected information about him. It was said that he had already stepped into the 5th layer of the sky tier a long time ago. Some people also said that he had already stepped into the 6th layer of the sky tier. However, if he really allowed himself to devour the abomination god, his cultivation would definitely soar in the end. It was already terrifying enough, and in the end he would probably be invincible in the world. When that time came, even if Yi Shiwen could participate in the royal court contest, he might be ambushed by Yi Kuang. Such a thing definitely couldn't happen. The boss laughed out loud, and as he laughed, tears of blood flowed out. Suddenly, a terrifying sound of breaking through the air could be heard, and a shocking aura swept across. Who? At that moment, his body abruptly scuttled, and he directly left his original position. Boom! The place where he originally stood completely collapsed. As expected of an expert at the 6th layer of the sky tier, even in such a situation, you can actually dodge my attack. At that moment, a slightly mocking voice was heard. It's you! The boss turned his head and saw an unforgettable scene. The person who sneaked up on him was actually Yi Shiwen, whom he had been scheming to kill. Why, are you surprised to see me? Weren't you scheming to get rid of me previously? Yi Shiwen sneered. Although he didn't see it, after knowing their identities, he could almost guess it even with his toes. You've really worn out iron shoes in vain. I originally planned to let you off today, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. You're really seeking death, said the boss with a sneer. Seeking death? I think this person isn't me, but you. In your current state, can you still fight? Yi Shiwen sneered and looked at the boss. If he was in perfect condition, Yi Shiwen might only have a chance to kill him with the help of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. However, he and the abomination god were both injured, and his strength had plummeted. The threat to Yi Shiwen had also plummeted, and this gave Yi Shiwen the confidence to fight him. It's more than enough to kill you, little bastard. The boss sneered and took a step forward. His chi and blood boiled, and it was extremely terrifying. The void collapsed in large areas, and the real essence swept out like waves. Bluff! Yi Shiwen said disdainfully. Swish! His figure suddenly moved, and a heaven-grade celestial artifact, long saber, appeared in his hand. He suddenly slashed down with the saber, and endless flames instantly filled the sky. In an instant, he had already killed his way to the front of the leader's face. The boss almost instantly felt the threatening sharpness of the heaven-level weapon. He raised his hand and blocked it with the ancient mirror. Clang! There was a violent collision sound, and he took a few steps back on the spot. His entire arm was faintly numb, and his eyes were extremely shocked. Yi Shiwen's strength was actually so great that even with the protection of the ancient mirror, there was no way to completely cut it off. If it was purely a competition of physical strength and strength, he might not be this kid's opponent. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Such a person could not grow up, or he would definitely become the mortal enemy of the demon suppression clan. At this time, Yi Shiwen was also a little stunned because the heaven-level long saber that he had seized from the alien race had actually cracked, and the ancient mirror had not changed at all. It was extremely terrifying. However, he did not stop at all, and once again slashed down with the saber. The terrifying saber light directly swept out boundless flames, and once again slashed down. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen continuously slashed down with the saber, and every time he slashed down, the boss would be blasted away on the spot. However, the cracks on the heaven-level long saber in Yi Shiwen's hand were getting bigger and bigger, but Yi Shiwen did not care at all. For him, whether it was a heaven-level or an earth-level weapon, there was no difference. They were just tools, and as long as it could kill him, a mere tool was nothing. "Break for me!" Yi Shiwen let out a loud roar, and the long saber in his hand rose against the wind and fiercely slashed down. Boom! With a loud buzzing sound, the heavenly level-long blade in Yi Shiwen's hand completely disintegrated. This heavenly level, low-level divine tool that had accompanied Yi Shiwen for several years finally couldn't bear the pressure and disintegrated. That terrifying shockwave shook Yi Shiwen's arm and made it slightly numb. Puff! The boss directly spat out a mist of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his whole body was blasted away in an instant. His face instantly turned pale. Such a force might be nothing for him at his peak, but now that he was in a seriously injured state, it was definitely enough to completely blast him to death. Clang! The ancient mirror in his hand instantly flew to the side and directly smashed a mountain before falling down. "Today you will stop here," Yi Shiwen said coldly, looking down from the sky. "Without this ancient mirror, let's see if you still have the ability to struggle." You can't," the boss said with difficulty. "That belongs to brother Yi Kuang. The demon-suppressing city will absolutely not rest until you are dead." "So what if I am dead? Isn't it already a dead end now?" Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "For him, the demon-suppressing city's lineage and him were already irreconcilable enemies. As for the people of the demon-suppressing city's lineage, this was not the case. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen was just a clown who could be pinched to death at any time. Although he was talented, it was useless as long as he didn't grow up. There was no such thing as an irreconcilable enemy. That was why there was such a threat. But for Yi Shiwen, such a threat seemed so ridiculous. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen raised his hand, and a terrifying 7-light flashed out, fiercely rushing towards the boss. Boom! How could the boss, who was already seriously injured, withstand Yi Shiwen's consecutive blows? He was directly nailed to the ground by Yi Shiwen's energy and died with his eyes wide open. Until now, he still could not imagine that in the end he would die in the hands of Yi Shiwen, an ant in his eyes. The abomination that he had painstakingly captured had now become Yi Shiwen's spoils of war. Yi Shiwen did not even look at the boss, and just plundered all the wealth on him. There were hundreds of billions of spirit crystals, and all of them fell into Yi Shiwen's hands, making Yi Shiwen unprecedentedly rich. However, for the abomination, these gains were nothing at all. This was the biggest treasure that Yi Shiwen had obtained on this trip. Roar! The abomination roared continuously and actually absorbed the resentment of the boss in the sky before his death, faintly recovering a little. Chapter 1451. The abominations themselves were the embodiment of the dark side of the gods. They absorbed all negative energy to grow. This was almost their innate instinct. The boss's resentment before his death was so great that it actually helped him recover a little. Roar! The abomination god kept roaring, but it was useless. The talisman chains had locked its shoulder blades, so it couldn't use any of its strength. In other words, all of its strength had been locked by the special talisman chains. This chain was specially refined for the purpose of capturing this abomination this time. Naturally, it was extraordinary. It faintly restrained the power of this abomination. "Foolish human, I'm a god. As long as you let me go, I'll grant you divine techniques and make you immortal." At this time, the abomination kept roaring. It spoke human language for the first time. At this time, this abomination seemed unusually holy. It actually had the appearance of a god. In other words, they and the gods themselves were two sides of the same coin. They were split from the evil thoughts of the gods. To a certain extent, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were gods. Many people knew that abominations couldn't grant divine techniques, but they still worshipped them and worshipped these evil abominations. "You're just a mere abomination. How dare you pretend to be a god? You don't know what's good for you." Yi Shiwen sneered. You. This abomination didn't expect Yi Shiwen to reject it so straightforwardly. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll teach you the martial arts that only belong to the gods. I'll also teach you various divine techniques and comprehension of the great Tao. As long as you let me go, I'll give you all these in exchange. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a little excited. The martial arts belonging to the gods would undoubtedly be profound to a terrifying extent. For many people, the martial arts of the gods were undoubtedly a kind of legend. However, for the abominations, it was nothing more than a piece of cake. They were the other side of the gods. You're trying to trick me. If you really know how to do it, how could you have been caught just now? At this time, Yi Shiwen suddenly reacted. The martial arts of the gods were extremely terrifying. If this abomination really knew how to do it, why didn't it use it just now? If it had used it, the three of them might not have been able to take down this abomination. The abomination's eyes suddenly evaded Yi Shiwen's gaze, as if Yi Shiwen had hit the mark. However, it only lasted for a moment before it regained its calm. It said, "What's so strange about that? The martial arts of the gods are infinitely powerful, but it's not something that can be used by ordinary people. It can only be used under extremely harsh circumstances. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have already believed the words of this abomination." However, who was Yi Shiwen? How could he possibly believe the nonsense of this abomination? Most importantly, among the martial arts that Yi Shiwen possessed, there were a few martial arts of the gods. The situation that this abomination had described did not appear at all. This abomination was clearly lying to him. Moreover, he had completely figured it out just now. These abominations were the embodiment of the dark side of the gods. Each and every one of them was sinister and cunning. If he really let it go, then the final outcome would be that he would be countered by this abomination. Although this abomination looked very well behaved now, that was because it was locked by the talisman chains. It was not something that Yi Shiwen could deal with at all. If he let it go, then it would really be like letting a tiger return to its den. And at this time, the ancient mirror that Yi Shiwen had blasted away immediately flew up. Rays of light shone brightly, and it instantly turned into a stream of light, wanting to escape. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and directly grabbed it on the spot. Boom! Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already caught up with that ancient mirror. The moment his palm touched that ancient mirror, the entire sky was dazzling. Endless rays of light dyed the entire sky incomparably beautiful, but it was the most dangerous rays of light. This ancient mirror struggled violently in Yi Shiwen's hand. Bang! Yi Shiwen's palm immediately exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and blood broke apart. Even with the tyrannical strength of his tyrant body, his physical body had actually been shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this ancient mirror was. This was still under the situation where no one was controlling it. It was no wonder that even the embodiment of the dark side of the gods, like this abomination, suffered a great loss under this ancient mirror and was constantly bombarded until he was seriously injured. If that boss was at his peak state, Yi Shiwen would probably die on the spot if he was swept by the aftermath. There was no possibility of a fluke. Yi Shiwen looked at the ancient mirror amidst the multicolored light. He saw a pattern engraved on this ancient mirror. It depicted an endless invasion of devil race. However, it was suppressed by a powerful expert who was holding an ancient mirror. And that ancient mirror was exactly the one in Yi Shiwen's hand. However, this story had happened in the distant past and not in the present. Yi Shiwen could almost feel the bursts of battle cries in the ancient mirror. He didn't know who had integrated his own understanding into it, so it directly caused Yi Shiwen to be able to feel a terrifying power boiling in it. Although Yi Shiwen's flesh and blood had disintegrated, but Yi Shiwen was firmly holding onto this ancient mirror. For him, this ancient mirror was also a huge opportunity. He was afraid that this ancient mirror also had an extraordinary origin. If he let it go now, then he might regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had a bold and crazy idea in his mind. That was, Yemo had now fallen into a deep sleep. But conversely, if he could swallow this ancient mirror, then would he wake up in advance and ascend to the extreme in one breath? Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen couldn't calm down. For other people, this ancient mirror could be said to be priceless. In fact, it couldn't even be described as priceless. In fact, it could even be considered as a clan's guardian divine tool. It was an incomparable existence. Compared to the current Tianyuan mirror, it was not just a little more powerful. But for Yi Shiwen, no matter how powerful he was, it could not be more important than Yi Mo. It could not be more important than Tianyuan mirror. Not only because Tianyuan mirror had unlimited potential, but in the future, it had the opportunity to reach the peak again and become an existence at the level of the demon monarch's treasure. In the entire devil domain, it was also an existence at the level of an ancestor. But for him, the most important thing was that Yi Mo had accompanied him to conquer the world. After so many expeditions, he had already become a friend who could entrust life and death to him. Although he did not say anything, he did treat Yi Mo as a brother. Although he was only a tool spirit, for Yi Shiwen, he was the only person in the world that he could trust. If he could not even trust Yi Mo, then Yi Shiwen did not know who else could he trust in this life. So if he could wake Yi Mo up in advance, even if Tianyuan mirror had to swallow this ancient mirror, Yi Shiwen would not hesitate. He would not even frown. Moreover, Yi Shiwen already had the emergence immortal exterminating saber. He didn't lack it at all. In comparison, Yi Mo was more important. Boom! 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 The countless energy on this ancient mirror spread wildly and bombarded. The flesh on Yi Shiwen's palm was bombarded again and again. It was badly mutilated, but he healed it instantly with the Phoenix regeneration technique. Once again, he fought against this ancient mirror. He wanted to subdue this ancient mirror with his own strength. Last time, he used the emergence immortal exterminating saber. He used a shortcut, more or less with the help of the predecessors. But this time, to subdue this ancient mirror, it was his own battle. No matter how many times the flesh on his palm crumbled, he quickly recovered. His face remained unchanged, as if it was not affected at all. He was a little surprised to find that as the flesh on his palm continued to crumble and then condense, his palm was obviously more tyrannical than other parts of his body, as if it had been strengthened. This discovery made him a little excited, but he quickly calmed down. The reason was very simple. Although this method seemed good, in fact, it was not very useful for someone like Yi Shiwen, who had cultivated the tyrant body to the 9th level. In addition to this ancient mirror, there were few things that could shatter his tyrant body. Even if there were such things, it was impossible to only exert such power like this ancient mirror. It might even shock Yi Shiwen to death on the spot. There was no feasible way to use this method to train. Who dares to covet my magic weapon? At this time, a loud roar came from this ancient mirror. Yi Shiwen was very familiar with this voice. Almost in an instant, he recognized that this was the voice of Yi Zhanmo. It might be a wisp of Yi Zhen Mo's spirit. In other words, this ancient mirror might be Yi Zhen Mo's personal magic tool. It was just that he had bestowed it to these 3 people to capture the abomination of God. Who would have thought that they would be in danger of being annihilated now? It would actually fall into Yi Shiwen's hands. At this time, the spirit of Yi Zhanmo that was controlling the magic weapon finally awakened, and it roared to scare Yi Shiwen away. So, what if you covet it? Yi Shiwen sneered. Not only did he not retreat, but on the contrary, a page of ancient God scripture rose above his head. On it sat a deity whose face could not be seen clearly. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be Yi Shiwen himself. The deity he worshipped turned out to be himself. The deity on the ancient mirror chanted the ancient mirror, and countless golden lights radiated out, suppressing the spirit in this ancient mirror. Chapter 1452. The god that was conjured from the ancient god scripture was Yi Shiwen's imagination. It had all the insights of the ancient mirror. Therefore, it was not surprising that it conjured himself. At this moment, the ancient mirror shook wildly, trying to escape from the ancient scripture. Suppress again. The Tianyuan mirror in Yi Shiwen's body conjured again and suppressed it directly. The boundless blood light suppressed everything, and the two ancient mirrors were fighting in the sky. However, this ancient mirror was not comparable to the Tianyuan mirror. The Tianyuan mirror was no longer at its peak power, but this ancient mirror was different. It was at its peak, and there was no one controlling it. Otherwise, it would be enough to blast Yi Shiwen to death. The ancient mirror directly sent the Tianyuan mirror flying. In addition, the Tianyuan mirror was not controlled by Yimo, so its power had decreased a lot. Although it had already entered the heaven rank, it was still sent flying on the spot. Suppress. Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth. No matter what, he directly took out the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber this time. The Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber, which was exuding boundless power, had just appeared. As if it had received a violent blow, the endless saber light automatically swept up. With the saber as the center, it swept into a huge cyclone storm with a diameter of hundreds of meters. At this time, this ancient mirror also instantly burst into a powerful light to resist the power of the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber. Crack! 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 In the middle of the battle between the two martial instruments, the space began to shatter inch by inch like fragile glass. Boom! The space finally couldn't bear it and completely shattered. Then, countless chaos poured out. Many experts who had fled far away also saw this terrifying scene at this time. They couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They were slightly glad that such a terrifying battle was really not something they could participate in. Although this ancient mirror resisted very fiercely, the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber seemed to be strongly stimulated and began to suppress it more intensely. Yi Shiwen could even feel a strong sense of excitement from the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber. Its original tool spirit had been erased by Yi Shiwen for hundreds of years. Now, it had faintly regained its spirituality. It was still too early to form a tool spirit again, but it already had some self-awareness. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to erase this tool spirit. After all, this tool spirit was under his control. So, it was naturally completely different from the original tool spirit of the old ghost. The original artifact spirit was said to be an immortal-like existence. How could he be at ease? The chanting of the ancient god spirit scripture became louder and louder. Every single word was like a pearl, forming Tao runes that pressed down from the sky. Tianyuan mirror also joined in the suppression. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He would have used the word seal to seal it if he hadn't been able to suppress it for a long time. No matter what, he would never let this ancient mirror escape. It was absolutely impossible to subdue this ancient mirror with his own strength. Fortunately, he had a few extraordinary items on him. But even so, with Yi Shiwen's current strength, he couldn't do anything to the ancient mirror. He could only suppress it for now. After suppressing the ancient mirror, Yi Shiwen looked at the abomination god again and sneered. At this moment, the abomination god no longer had the indignation and mockery from before. It had also seen through Yi Shiwen's terrifying abilities and extraordinary techniques. Yi Shiwen left the land of chaos after he absorbed the abomination god into the celestial being boundary. His harvest this time was already big enough. If he could absorb this abomination god, then the benefits would naturally be self-evident. However, the most important thing was that he had cut off one of Yi Kuang's advancement paths. By the time Yi Shiwen returned to the City of Chaos, the entire city was in a mess. Thousands of experts had gone there, but only a mere 100 had managed to escape. This was a huge loss, especially since several of the leaders of the top 10 forces had died tragically on the spot. Without a leader, it could be said that another round of reshuffling was about to happen. Under such circumstances, although the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce had also suffered heavy losses due to the death of a large number of experts, not only had their president recovered to his original state, but his skills had also improved tremendously. He had rushed into the third celestial realm in one go and re-established his position as one of the top 10 forces. This was sufficient proof that only true top-notch experts had the strength and ability to control everything. Even the tragic deaths of Uncle Lin and the others could not stop the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce from rising again. On the same day that everyone returned from the land of chaos, a terrifying coercion instantly descended upon the city of chaos. Immediately after, a large number of experts entered the city and began a massacre. Many experts of the demon race were slaughtered, and even many experts of the human race who had deep ties with the demon race died tragically. Not a single one was spared. The entire city of chaos was plunged into a reign of terror. Soon, everyone came to know that the demon-suppressing city had arrived. Among the top 10 cities of the Yi family, the demon-suppressing city was the most hostile towards the demon race. They were already very dissatisfied with the existence of the land of chaos. In their eyes, it was either black or white, nothing more. Soon, the reason for the demon-suppressing city's sudden arrival spread. It was said that several important figures of the demon-suppressing city had died tragically in the land of chaos, and the demon-suppressing mirror, the demon-suppressing city lord, was lost in the land of chaos. That was why the demon-suppressing city was so furious. At this time, the people of Chaos City learned that even the people of the demon-suppressing city had participated in the previous opening of the land of chaos. Although they didn't know what they were looking for, it was obvious that it was no small matter. Many experts from the demon-suppressing city frequently came out and searched Chaos City over and over again, but they couldn't find anything that might be related to this matter. That was because from the information they received, the people in Chaos City couldn't threaten the experts they sent out, not to mention the fact that they had the demon-suppressing mirror in hand. Even an expert at the peak of the heaven realm could escape unscathed. Although Chaos City had a special status, it didn't have any experts, so it was impossible for them to have such ability. As for slaughtering all the demons, it was just an act of venting their anger. However, the demon-suppressing city didn't let the matter go. The death of a few experts was still bearable, but the loss of the demon-suppressing mirror was absolutely unbearable. The illustrious reputation of the demon-suppressing mirror had made countless contributions to the Yi family for countless years. It was just that it was now in the hands of Yi Zhenemo. Even the Yi family didn't have many such magic tools, so they couldn't afford to lose even one. However, there was nothing they could do at this time. After more than 10 days of searching, the people of the demon-suppressing city had to admit that the 3 people might have really fallen in the hands of that abomination. Even the demon-suppressing mirror was devoured. At present, this was the only reasonable explanation. It would take another few hundred years to open the land of chaos. By that time, it would be too late. Even so, they had no choice but to endure. There was even a rumor that this matter had directly alarmed the higher-ups of the Yi family, and they held a meeting that very night. The death of a few celestial realm experts was nothing, but the loss of the demon-suppressing mirror was the real big deal. This matter quickly spread to the ears of the upper echelons of the Yi family, and Yi Zhenemo was also under tremendous pressure because of this. The suppressing demon mirror had a great effect on the suppressing demon city, and even the entire demon world channel. It was hard to imagine. The suppressing demon mirror had killed countless experts of the demon race to establish its illustrious prestige. Without the deterrence of the suppressing demon mirror, those experts of the demon race would become restless again, especially the suppressing demon city. It could be said that their vitality had been damaged. The so-called demon-suppressing city was not founded by Yi Zhenemo, but had been passed down for a very long time. It had been passed down from generation to generation and had a deep foundation. Otherwise, Yi Zhenmo wouldn't have been able to cultivate a peerless genius disciple like Zhong Batian. The demon-suppressing mirror had been passed down for countless years, but it was actually lost in his hands. How could he not bear the huge pressure? There was also a rumor that many higher-ups were very dissatisfied with him using the demon-suppressing mirror, which was used to suppress a region, to hunt down abominations, and use it for his disciples' advancement. They proposed an impeachment, asking Yi Zhenmo to withdraw from the demon-suppressing city. In addition, Yi Zhenmo was usually arrogant and eccentric, and no one knew how many people he had offended. Normally, no one would say anything, but in such a situation where he had committed a monstrous mistake, there were many people who hit him when he was down. There was even a rumor that there was a figure like the Law Enforcement Hall's hallmaster, Yi Zhentian. Although the demon-suppressing city was extremely powerful compared to a colossus like the Law Enforcement Hall, it was still far inferior. The power of the demon-suppressing city was mainly concentrated in the passage to the demon realm, while the Law Enforcement Hall's tentacles covered the entire Yi family and even the entire ancient Baron's continent. There was a clear difference between the two. Previously, Yi Zhenmo, that old bastard, had personally dealt with Yi Shiwen. Although it was only a spirit incarnation, it was already shameless enough in his eyes. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was forced to hide in the passage to the demon realm, and no one knew if he was still alive or not. It was simply touching his reverse scale, and at this time the culprit who caused all this, Yi Shiwen, did not even go near Chaos City after leaving the land of chaos. Yi Zhenmo personally descended, and Yi Shiwen felt that terrifying power immediately. He did not dare to approach at all and quietly left. After staying around Chaos City for a period of time, Yi Shiwen learned that the Heavenly Fire Chamber of Commerce had recovered, and that the president had also recovered from his injuries. Moreover, he had also improved to the next level. Only then did Yi Shiwen feel one thing off his mind. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you will help them get rid of their troubles. Without the purple crystal glazed fruit, it would not be easy for him to further advance into the half-step celestial realm in a short period of time. Now that he knew this, there was no reason for him to delay any longer. On the 11th day, he left Chaos City before the demon-suppressing city expanded their search area. His target was the Elder Demon Realm.